Right? Letter rip, paper rip, potato chips.
Love it.
Hello, everyone. Hi, Dominic. Hi, David. Hello, Becky. Hello, Ken.
Hello, Trisha.
Hi, Graham. Hello, Teresa. Hello, Joanne. We're just letting everyone in. Hello, Ron. Hi, Marie. Hi, Lee. Hello, Shamari. Okay. Let's see who's here. All right, everybody, welcome back. Happy Thursday and welcome to day 2 of the Bigfoot Blueprint workshop. Before we get started, let's see who's in the room today. Ignite fam, type Ignite in the chat. Velocity fam, type Velocity in the chat. Driven fam, type Driven in the chat. And if you're part of more than one community, feel free to type both. Also, who's got their market picked out already? If you've completed yesterday's homework and you've got your market selected, type day 2 ready in the chat. And if you're feeling brave, drop your market or niche into the chat. Let's see what
Hi,
everyone is
I was
building.
calling. I had
Okay,
sent an
hold on. Let's
email
see who's
request
calling.
for postcards, 200
Hey, mommy,
double-sided
here.
postcard.
Mute all.
All right, there we go.
Thank you. Okay, mute all. And yesterday was all about clarity. Perry walked us through why traditional content sites and blogs are losing ground, why AI is changing the way people discover information, and why directories are emerging as one of the biggest opportunities in today's market. More importantly, he challenged us to identify our market, validate our niche, and start thinking differently about how we create authority online. Today, we move from clarity to implementation. Today is Directory Build Day. Yesterday, Perry promised that today would begin bringing these ideas to life, and that's exactly what we're here to do. Joining us today are Russell CDO, Perry's Technology Officer, and Julius Sebastian, CEO of Perry's rival media brands. Together, they'll be helping guide today's implementation session as we begin building our directories and turning ideas into assets. And before we jump into the build portion, Perry will be kicking things off with live Q&A. So if you have questions from day one, now is the perfect time to get them answered before we move forward. A few quick resources before we begin. For those of you who love Perry's kick-ass slides yesterday, I'll drop the day one slides in the chat. Let me find my chat. There you go. And row replays are now available for VIPs and Ignite fam. VIPs, you should already have received an email with access to your replay portal. Ignite fam, I'll also drop the replay portal link in the chat. It's going to be ignitemastermind.org/Bigfoot Blueprint. And to make things easy, I've created a vital links document where I'll be collecting all important workshop resources in one place. You'll find it at bigfootblueprint.com/vital links. Whether you're joining us as a workshop participant or as a part of the Ignite Fam, Velocity Fam, or Driven Mastermind community, we're excited to have you here. All right, everybody, get your questions ready, get your market ready. It's build day. Let's see if the man of the hour is here. Angie, do you have any additional housekeeping?
Yes, I wanted to make it as easy for you guys to complete the homework from yesterday. So we made the worksheet form fillable so you can have it digitally and you can type in the answers and do the check boxes and print from there. So I dropped the link into there and Trisha will add that to the vital links. But we're excited for today. Cannot wait for these leaders in Perry's company, Russell and Julius, to pour into us as well as Perry himself. But I'm excited. I hope you guys are too. Back to you, Trisha.
Excited. So people are asking how they can get their replays. If you're Ignite fam or VIP, you'll get their replay. And if you're not yet VIP but want to upgrade to VIP, we'll be posting the link shortly for VIPs. Do we have? Now we've got people. If you have questions for Perry, we'll be having Perry soon. So get your questions ready. What's the resource? No, it said will. What's the resources link? I'll post the resources link again. It's bigfootblueprint.com/vital links.
Hey,
Alrighty.
hey, everybody.
Okay, we've got the man of the hour, Mr. Perry Belcher, to kick things off.
Hey, hey, everybody. Hey, Harry Carey here. Just kidding. Hey, does anybody know that? That's not my imitation of Harry Carey, by the way. That's my imitation of Will Ferrell imitating Harry Carey with the bobbly head. Hey, everybody. Yeah, good day. Welcome back with us. I'm excited to be here today as the ladies were. Thank you so much, Trisha. Thank you so much, Angie, for putting it together for us. Today is Rubber Meets the Road Day, right? We've got 2 more days of the workshop left. Yesterday, basically, we concentrated on the big idea and niche selection, helping you guys model out what area you want to go into. I gave you a great tool to use to bounce off ideas from, ask questions of, and figure out really. Hopefully, I know a lot of y'all will use it to try to figure out how much money you're going to make and all that. It's going to give you good estimates. It's pretty good, but I think really the purpose of that tool is to help you hone down on the niche selection that you really should have, what your market is, what angle you could take on that particular market, and where monetization opportunities broadly might be. So today we're going into the actual build of the directory. So you're going to be working with 2 of the best directory builders there are, because there aren't that many directory builders, frankly. If you called 100 development companies right now and asked them to build you a directory, I'd venture to say most of them wouldn't know how. It's not a very well-known thing. So we're going to have those guys up in a few minutes. I'm going to take some Q&A first, because I promised that I would do that from yesterday. So I want to make sure that nobody feels left out or feels like their question from yesterday didn't get answered. And we'll dive into that. And then we're going to cut loose with these guys. And I'll explain a little bit before they come on of the nature of the way they're doing this. There are really 2 parts to how you build a directory. And it's a bit, it's not hard, but it is really sequential. So they'll be on to go through that with you. So with that being said, I'll start off with some Q&A right now. It looks like we got Ralph up first. Ralph, what's on your mind?
Hey, good afternoon. Thanks so much for taking the question. So something that jumped out at me yesterday, and I really loved it. You're talking about how a one that is specific and dives deep down to the needle or whatever you call that is going to do better than a general search. So I took that incredible 189, the resource that you shared with us, and I started talking with Gemini about how to search that and how to, if this is what we're looking for. And what we came out with was caterers that are vegan or gluten-free or specialized food in Nashville. Yeah. Right. So picking a city. Well, that was cool, except there's like 8 or 7 or something like that.
The narrower the specific niche, the more difficult it's going to be to localize that, but you don't really need to. So for instance, with a niche like that, if I were going to do vegan caterers, I think vegancaterers.com, I don't know if that's available or not, if it would be, or vegan caterers directory or whatever.
Some derivative. Yeah.
Yeah. That's a worldwide search. I'm sure there are people that search that all over, just like people search kosher caterers or vegetarian caterers, which vegan, vegetarian are different. I didn't know that for a long time, but now I understand. But, or gluten-free caterers or whatever the case may be. I think that that's a really good example of a useful directory, because if you're vegan and you want something catered that's vegan, you're just going to have to call every catering company in town to figure out who's vegan and who's not. So it really helps people. You got to think about, really important. Think about the usefulness of the tool, right? That's really the key to this. If the tool is useful to people, it's going to be successful. If it's not useful to people, it's not going to be successful. That's going to be useful to a good group of people. I don't know how many people you can go on to. I use Uber Suggest by um, Neil Patel. It's like $10 a month, I think, and it'll tell you exactly how many people are looking at vegan caterers, right? And if you become the director of vegan caterers, you're almost certainly going to take the number one position for that. And if people are looking for a vegan caterer in Nashville on AI and you're vegancaterers.com and you have a listing in Nashville, likely they're going to feed them your listing versus just 3 random catering companies from Google Maps that say they're vegan. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah. So
Because you're
really,
going
I
to
don't. Well, I was going
sorry.
to say, so I don't have to. I don't have to worry about only because I'm like, well, I could do one for Nashville. Well, then you need one for Dallas. You need one for San Antonio. You need one for like boom, 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 and
And
maybe what
really
we're
where
going to
you're
learn
going to come
today is
out,
how easy to do that.
where you're going to come out on that really is vegan caterers in Tulsa, Oklahoma. You know, the thing is when you do this nationwide, you're going to get this really narrow
What? Flip flop and boat dock. Cool. Very nice.
can we yeah, thanks. So when you do that, here's the story. I'll tell you real quick. I'm a huge believer. I've told this story a lot to my mastermind people, so forgive me for telling the story again. But let me tell you the story and I'll tell you 2 parts of it. When I had my first business, I was in a mall in Cape Girardeau, Missouri, and I had a mall store. And I was walking through the mall one day, and there was a new store opening up, and the mall manager was walking with me, and I said, "What kind of store are we getting? It's an exciting new store." He said, "It's another shoe store." And I said, how many shoe stores does a mall need? We already got like 10 shoe stores. He said, really, there are 15 shoe stores. And I said, why don't they just put one big shoe store in the mall? And you could take one of the anchors and you have a shoe store there. It'd be awesome. You sell all the shoes to everybody, by the way. And he said one of the smartest things I ever learned. It's a lesson stuck with me forever. He said, that's not the way people buy shoes, son. People buy things very, very, very narrowly. They search very narrowly. And the more expert you seem at that thing, the more likely they are to buy it from you. And if you seem to be the resource for vegan catering, then chances are not only are humans going to trust you more, AI engines acting like humans are going to trust you more. Does that make sense?
It does. So is the best way to have a separate mini site for different cities or one large
I don't
site?
think it's necessary in a niche like that. If there's no specialized regional thing to that, like if it were maybe Tex-Mex vegan or something, which would be probably too small of a market to drill down to, right? But there was a really interesting thing. These little bitty unserved markets are where you're going to pick up massive amounts of needle traffic, I call it. So I'll tell you one more story that illustrates this point really, really well. Gary Halbert. If you don't know who Gary Halbert was, he's probably the greatest copywriter who ever lived. And he sent out a letter many, many years ago that was a family crest letter. It's the most famous piece of direct response copy ever in history. So he basically mailed the whole phone book and everybody in the phone book and just said, let me turn this off. He said, we found a family crest from your family. And if you want us to make one for you, beautiful plaque family crest, we'll make it for only $100 or how much it was. And took orders. It was wildly successful. He did, I think it was over $100 million for the family crest sold by direct mail over a period of 10 years. But here was what was interesting. You hear Halbert talk about it. The Smiths and the Jones didn't buy. It was the Higginbothams that bought, right? Because the Smiths and the Jones had seen stuff with their name on it before, but the Higginbothams never had, right? So the weirder the name, the more odd or rare the name, the more likely they were to buy the thing because of specificity to them. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So
very interesting.
what you're doing here is casting this major net, right? That's going to pull up a few whales, but it's going to pull up hundreds of thousands of minnows. And those minnows coming in from all different directions, who can be easily directed to another site, your homepage or a money page or an offer page or whatever. That gets your website a whole new level of authority and trust with Google. So you don't have a page. You don't have, if you have a blog, if you look at a blog, I've got blogs that have 4,000 posts on them, right? And 80% of the traffic comes from 200 posts. It's always true, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
80,
the other,
80, 20,
the other, and the other ones get almost no traffic, right? But in this situation, you've got thousands or tens of thousands of pages out there, all getting a few clicks here, a few clicks here, a few clicks here, a few clicks, and it all accumulates up and makes you just appear insanely authoritative really, really, really fast. And that's the reason directories always outrank almost anything else. Like you can't hardly go on the web and enter any term that Wikipedia is not in the top 5 for. It's really hard for them not to be in the top 5. It's just because they're a well-documented, well-interlinked directory of information, of basically encyclopedia information. So hopefully that helps.
Well, hopefully nobody heard the niche I just said, and they're already going out and looking up the stuff for it. By the way, one other exactly. There's another really quick point. I was trying to use the directory mentor. The GPT. It loads, but any inquiry I put into it, it says we're sorry, but you don't have access to the GPT interactions. Error message. So I tried to mention that yesterday, and somebody go, "Nope, works fine." I don't know who needs to hear this.
Is anybody else having that same problem?
Would be great if I was the only one.
When you're not logged in.
Yeah, are you logged?
I had that same problem. And what I did, I was recently switched over to the business ChatGPT account. And what you have to do is go into your actual workspace and go deep in, and there's a toggle button where you have to allow to accept third-party ChatGPTs. On the personal pro plan, you don't have to allow that, but once you switch into a business account, you have to allow that.
I didn't know that.
Okay, very good. Well, when I did try to log in,
you just got muted out, Ralph. You hit a button or something.
Yeah.
Muted you.
When I thought, well, maybe I need to be logged in. When I did log in, I just got a blank white page. So that didn't work either. But I'll try this. I'll try looking for that little toggle that he was talking about. All right. Hey,
awesome.
Thanks so much. Great input.
Appreciate you, Ralph. Thank you.
Yep.
Vincent?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Great. 2 questions. The first question pertains to the sales page stating that all members will be receiving a link to the video replay. There seems to be some confusion between us and the support staff. The support staff
speak a little louder,
only
please?
for VIP members. Where the
you should be getting.
I can speak on that, Perry. Actually, I just spoke with the team, and yes, the promise is that all people will get them within 24 hours after the workshop wraps. So we will have those ready for you guys as soon as this workshop wraps. We'll have all 3 days for you guys within 24 hours so that you guys can reference those, is the wording.
You're muted out, Vincent.
That means after all 3 episodes are completed, then we will receive it?
Yes, sir.
Or after each night?
No, yes, sir. The VIPs get it same day. So our next day within right away. Everyone else gets them within 24 hours of the workshop wrapping up.
Okay, that wasn't stated, but okay. Regarding domain names, from old school there, SEO, keyword stuffing, things of that nature, does it make a difference, and is one stronger than the other? When picking a domain name, should we have a domain name that ends in AI or .com or .net? Still viable? Is anyone stronger than the other?
They really don't matter nearly as much anymore. What I think matters most is, and then we talked about this yesterday, You really need to be the goal of all this is that you're going to be seen on more in SEO, but really a lot more in AEO, right? So you want a name that's going to be clear what you do and trusted, because generally speaking, AI is going to give you three options: option A, option B, option C, right? And it's you're going to say who's the best, you know, who's the best source of this, that, or the other thing. And it's going to give you listings from different sites. So it's going to say, according to sewing.com, this is the best sewing machine. Sewing.com is going to hold more weight than Pete's sewing machine blog.com, right? So I would try to do something authoritative if I were you. And what we do right now is like we may do a short word that's memorable and then a longer term at the end. So it might be Acorn Shoe Repair. So now we have a brand, which is Acorn and Shoe Repair. But if you're doing a directory, you really don't want to brand it so much. Directories are largely unbranded. Now bigger ones are Yelp and these things and Glassdoor. They all have names. It depends on how you want to approach it. I think that moving forward, if you don't have a famous name, you want to have a name with a certain degree of clarity. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, regarding the directory. Okay. Now, this is to show up under when AI does the search, when people use AI to search,
or when they find you in Google. Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. One of the things to end your name with, by the way, if you want something that's almost guaranteed, is just the word reviews. If you're doing, Cleveland architecture reviews, you're probably going to get, if you want people to go into a city because of the architecture, you're probably going to do pretty well with that. Review sites are seen as trusted. And one of the things I'm seeing a lot of people do now with directories that's really interesting is making them .orgs, which give you a little more trust still. Most people believe that a .org has to be a charity, and that's not true. It can be any organization. Bill, what's up, buddy?
How you doing, man?
Man, if I was any better, I'd be twins.
Good, man. Yeah, I love this one. This whole directory thing. I looked into it a couple of years ago, Perry. It was a pain in the rump for most of all of it.
Oh, it's really hard to build.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were really hard to build back then before they were built with agents. They were really hard to build.
Yeah, so this whole thing, I mean, I actually your little helper there, the GPT was great. I mean, I just kind of buzzed through it like I do with all of yours. I put in so many crazy apps questions. It's like I'm so off track by the time I'm going, but it gives good answers, right? So
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah, that
so
one's
it was
pretty
good.
well trained. Yeah.
Yeah, that one seems to be pretty good. Mine's pretty straightforward. I'm going to try with. In my old days, before I got into business, I was a surveyor, legal surveyor, doing all this junk. So it happened to be in your list. Go figure. I would have never guessed surveyor
Really?
and or geomatics type people would ever do that. Anyway, I did a bunch of research, and that seems like it could be a really strong market, believe it or not, for a directory. And it's mainly a directory of it was completely different than I would have thought. Your thing said, no, it's probably not a good idea to just go out there and say, for end users to go there, go after businesses. And so it went through this whole thing of why that businesses would do it. And it really pinned it down to all of these tools, that software tools and RFQs and all these other things that the survey guys do all the time. And it really honed down the idea to being something I think that would be a great go. I mean, I'm going to give it a try and see what happens.
Well, I know you're an action taker, Bill. Bill's been one of our best students in taking some of our. Bill doesn't think much. I like that. I mean, Bill just does. Bill goes out and takes a concept and runs with it and just goes and it just makes money instead of talking about it and thinking about it until he's blue in the face. He's done very well with us, and I'm proud of him. Proud of your success.
Oh, thanks, Barry. Appreciate it. Yeah, you're right. I just take it exactly for what it is. In fact, with regards to the website thing, of course, now there's the AI Studio and Springboard, and everybody was saying, "Oh, can you get it into this?" Well, that little AI Studio, that's become a golden gem now because now we got all those websites. That's even better yet. So that's a totally different topic, but I'm throwing it out there anyway.
Indeed. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you, Bill. Steve?
Okay, so I'm
We're going to go for a few more minutes, but we got a lot of questions. So, okay. I don't want to burn up today's whole lesson in questions. I'll do as quickly as we can. If we can get them down to like a minute, that'd be great.
okay. I should hopefully quick. So I picked a niche. I'm looking. I like the gun niche, so I narrowed it down more to holsters of guns.
Yeah.
Now my question is where am I going to get all this data? I'm thinking, is this software that you're going to help us build?
There's likely data out there. So that's one of the things that that's the two parts, right? So today, Julie Sebastian's going to be showing you basically how to gather the data, improve the data, and all that. And then I think Russ, if I'm not mistaken, how they're going to do it. Julius is going to work on the data side. Russ is going to work more on the bill side. So we're going to do it. You have to do it in two parts. You gather the data, organize the data, clean the data. And then when you're ready to build, you build the shell, right? You build the face. And then all of a sudden it just kind of instantly builds. And you'll understand that later. But there's a lot of sources of data. I'm going to be giving you guys a gift in the break. When they take a break at 3:00, I've got a really cool gift for you guys to help you with the data. But the data is quite easy to find. And like, for instance, I can tell you, I own guncarrier.com. We don't have a directory there yet, but we're working on one. And our directory is all gun parts. It's just a directory of gun parts. So it's seeing the mechanical breakdown of guns. And there's a lot of APIs that are available for that.
Okay. So the data I will be able to get, I'm not going to have to go find a million data points and import it.
No, but you may have to pay for that data, right? Some data is free, some data is paid.
Right.
Okay. Right. And you can mine data with AI, but mining data is generally more expensive than buying it.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
That makes sense. Now, the next
you'll spend more in tokens.
What about competition, right?
Yeah. One of the things that's really cool when you get the data into your database, here's one of the things I'm going to talk about monetization tomorrow. Licensing your data back out as an API. So once you've organized that data, let's say, for instance, that, let's say for me, for conventions.com, I'm going to spend a lot of money in organizing this data. But when I'm done, I'm going to have the best API for conventions data in the world. So if you want to do something convention related, I'll just license my data back out to you for far less than you could go do it yourself, right? And if I get 100 people to license the data, it's very profitable, and it will more than pay for my cost to accumulate and enhance the data the first time. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, it's an in and out game. Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. So you answer my main question, like, where are we going to get the data so we can buy it?
You'll have data sources up the wazooly before you get off the call today.
Okay, cool. So there's that. And then my next, I know we're running, I just want to be quick on this.
Got to move them. Yeah.
Yeah. Real quick. So my next, I was like, I was 50-50 on this because there's quite a few competitors, even sales website that are selling, they have a big directory of holsters or gun, accessories.
The secret to have them all. You have to be comprehensive. That's the secret. I mean, if you've got every holster, every gun model, I know there are gun APIs out there where you can get all the data on every gun. So if you want to even figure out an algorithm where you can show how that holster is going to work with that particular gun, you can. And do a matching service. AI could match the gun to the holster, which might be a premium service.
And is that something you're going to teach us how to do? Because I have no clue on how to do that.
That I don't know if we'll get to that or not. I'll try to, but if not, I don't know. Are you in Ignite already? Are you an Ignite member?
Not yet, but it sounds like I'm going to have to get in there.
We do the advanced calls. So every week for the next 6 weeks, if you're an Ignite member, we're building the next 6 weeks. We're going to be doing a full 6 week on building these things out, making them more and more advanced. Because one of the things I can't cover here, there's no way to cover it, is once you get to the point where you've got some demand and you've got customers over here and you got people over here, you got indexes over here, the next step to monetization is being a marketplace, is beginning to sell the holsters to the, or whatever it is.
Which is why I'm going that route, because you can't sell them on social, right? You can't.
It's difficult. You can. I've got a friend of mine that's doing about $40,000 in holsters a day right now. You can, but it's a pain in the ass. Google
It is a pain in the ass.
Yeah, Google lets you buy easier than Facebook does. Social's more difficult. There's ways around it, but it's a pain in the ass. That's one of the reasons I don't do much in the gun space anymore, because the advertising headwind's so high.
Yeah. Do you have any?
But here's the thing. Like, I don't want to stick with you forever because I got these other guys, but let me tell you why this is such a big deal. Because there's not advertising vehicles will make you much more profitable. Because now, right, if I'm in the holster business, you're one of my only sources I can get traffic. Like one of my friends has built a whole directory on vape cartridges, vape pens, vape. You can't advertise it, but organically he'll grow as vapereviews.com. So I shouldn't say that, but he'll grow with vape reviews. I don't even think it is vape reviews, but he'll grow with vape reviews to the point where all these vape companies, the only choice is advertise with him. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's why I meant I have a gun client, right? And we can't run ads. I'm like, well, maybe I'll just build a directory and I'll sell them ads.
Yeah, so cool. Exactly. I gotta roll.
All right, cool.
Manuel, we're gonna stop at Rufina. You muted, buddy. Must be that beach up there.
I have created a website, and I was thinking about using that as my directory. It's old, it's ranking high, and I don't want to say the name because, again,
does it make sense as a directory?
It would be, but it's not. For example, it doesn't say like pi.com. It has 2-3 letters before that.
Yeah.
And so it's ranking high right now.
Y'all shouldn't get too hung up on the domains. The domains don't matter as much.
Right. Okay.
Other than
other
than just having a certain degree of authority. And if you already have traffic, you're already that's the way ahead. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. The other part is can I
go ahead? But we gotta do one question.
How can I join the Ignite and how much it is?
You can just message Trisha or one of them, and they can tell you. Trisha or Angie can tell you about it.
Okay, yeah. Sounds good.
Okay, cool. Okay. Thank you, Debbie.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, man. I'm sorry to move so quick, but if I don't,
it's okay. It's cool.
These people are going to miss out. Debbie.
Hi, Perry. I've been building for 5 or 6 years now, and I have one of the largest real estate referral Facebook groups there is. We have about 400,000 members. I also own 200 meetup groups with real estate investors in them. So just from the conversation yesterday, I would like to have a directory that investors create their buy box on, and realtors can find people who
it's a matchmaking. Yeah. A matchmaking directory. Yeah.
Yeah. Thoughts?
I think it's a super winner. And if you have bodies already in that space, like we were trying to do one, Damon John's a friend of mine and the guy from Shark Tank. And we were trying to do one with angel investors meeting entrepreneurs, basically people getting to be sharks. And there was a lot of interest in it. They had a conflict because he has to deal with Capital One, and Capital One didn't want him to do it. They were worried about liability from it, and Shark Tank didn't want him to do it. But it was a great idea. And we built it basically as a dating app. We built it like a dating app. And the guys could talk to you about how to do that. I think that's extraordinary. If you got that audience already, I mean, you're 99% of the way there. And there's super stickiness in that. There's super stickiness in it.
I see another path to also have a vendor network in there for the vendors that want to work with the investors. So I'm trying to kind of do a triangle or whatever.
Yeah, Julius can show you something that's really cool. I don't know if you'll have time to talk about it today or not, but where we have some properties have multiple directories. So there'll be multiple directories on a property. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So you may have a vendor directory and a products directory and a courses directory, all related, but you can install that directory software 3 times on one software, on one property, 3, 4, 5, 10, an infinite amount of times, frankly. Does that make sense?
It does. It does.
And sometimes you're better off to do that, because if you make the directory huge, they're going to talk to you today about basically two stages of directory build. Stage one is like, 3,000 listings. And that can be done in WordPress with a plugin and some other things. And you can make it bigger than that in WordPress, but it becomes challenging. And then there's another way to build the way Russell builds, where you can build kind of an infinite sized directory. So it's a little more complicated to do it that way, sort of, but not really. I mean, you'll see it's not that hard, but I think that's, if you want to partner in that one, you let me know. You're going to make a lot of money.
Thanks, Perry. Right. I'll let you know. I could be interested in that.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Mike?
Yeah, thanks, Perry. I appreciate it. This has been great. I know there's no stupid questions, but could you just quickly walk through
Sure there are.
how we think about filling out the worksheet?
Let me go back
real quick.
Yeah, it's really quite simple. I mean, all you're asking, all we're asking here, and it really doesn't, this is an exercise to get your mind opened up, right? I am the most important thing here is I am the directory of blank for blank. I mean, that's really, if you don't fill out the rest of it, it kind of doesn't matter, right?
Okay.
The more families that it crosses over into, the better, right?
Okay.
If you can have if it can be a directory of people and places and things, you're going to be better than just being a directory of people.
Okay.
Or so if you're a directory of vegans looking for a place to live in Kansas, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna probably do better. The more niche, you're going to be more niche down, and you're going to seem more authoritative on that subject. Like if you figure like there's a lot of apartment websites, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if you're and I can't do you right now, hon. I have to do you on the next round, and Michael as well. I got to stop at Rufina, like I said. But if you're looking for an apartment in New York City, you are not going to apartments.com. You're going to a New York City apartment finder because it appears more authoritative. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. So the more niche down you can get, the more authoritative you'll be. The more authoritative you are, the farther you climb, and the more trust you'll have with the audience.
Okay.
Yep.
I appreciate the clarity.
No worries. Dimitri?
Perry, hi. Nice to talk to you. I don't know if you remember me. I used to go to your traffic conversion conferences, and we talked a long time ago with Roland Fraser and everything. I'm a serial entrepreneur. I've had 4 exits. I'm all in. I love listening to you speak. So thank you for this.
I love people that sell cereal. I'm just kidding. No. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, absolutely. So I guess my quick question is, I have a domain portfolio. I've been in the business since like the early 90s, and my first exit was an ISP that I sold to Earthlink. So I literally have tons of domains. Some of them are really, really great. I'm trying to refocus some of them, and I'm using some of those ideas. One of them specifically is I'm in New Jersey, so it's like NJ, the service provider thing.com, right, or .net, whatever. Yesterday, I bought like 4 more varieties of that. My question is very simple. I use Google Trends to look at keyword search data to determine how much somebody likes something, right? And I'm trying to understand specifically, that's weird, that's not me.
That is very weird.
Yeah, that was weird. Is that a good approach to figure out how, I think the service provider list is probably not that big for the thing that I'm thinking about. Probably sub 1,000, maybe over 500. It's going to be hard for me to find it. I don't see any competition. The trends look good in Google Trends. Like, what are you doing to determine, are you going to spend time doing this? Because
it really, it's hard to, you don't just do it by traffic volume, right? Like for instance, if your directory is all about nail polish, right? You got to have a lot of nail polish visitors. You can have a lot of people looking up nail polish, but so what? But if you're a directory of dirt work companies, right, and you're trying to find out who's an excavation company or who does crane rental, like if you got a crane rental directory, if I get 10 visitors a day, you're gonna make a lot of money. Because crane rental's $10,000 a day. So and a lot of people are going to pay a lot to advertise on that. Like there's a company that I'm a big fan of called Industry Dive, industry dive, and they're in 30 markets in the newsletter space, and they're building directories as well right now, unfortunately, to compete with us. But they're in 30 markets, and they're like pharmaceutical dive, agricultural dive, banking dive. So they're in these super high value per click markets. Does that make sense?
It does. So would you suggest I call the service providers and ask them what they charge for their service? And if they're not over a couple $100, then it may not be worth it because the lead wouldn't be worth it.
No, I think that they all work out, because at the end of the day, the things that get the most traffic are going to be the lowest ticket. The stuff that gets, you might get 10 people to go to your crane rental directory a day, but you might get 500 people to go to your equipment rental directory a day. So the equipment rental lead might be worth $20 and the crane rental lead might be worth $1,000. It balances itself out. I don't think there is a bad directory. Honestly, I really don't. As long as, and that GPT I gave you will tell you, like, is this a monetizable directory? Does this make sense? What's the potential of a directory like this? You know, what's the total addressable market? The TAM, they call it, the TAM. What's the total addressable market for this? And you can have a consumer side on some of these and a B2B side on some of them. It doesn't have to just be B2B. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna join your, not the Ignite one, whatever the other one is. I've got some success. I've reached out just
let me know.
Yeah.
And we're in, if you guys join something that we do, we're very happy to have you. But I want to concentrate on delivering the value you've already paid for first. Let's do that first and go from there. Okay. Thank you, Dimitri. Rufina, last one up. Michael, I can't. I told everybody after Rufina. I'll come back to Michael right after. You'll be next up after that. Rufina, yeah.
Hi. A lot of the topics will require constant updating. Does the software automatically update the listings and drop those that are gone, add the new ones, or do you have to sit there manually and do it yourself?
That is a fine question. You can absolutely set it up to auto expire after a certain period of time. And most APIs, so if you're pulling the data, so let's say, for instance, you're doing public events, right? If you're doing, you can get an API from StubHub or somebody, or an API from, what's the one I'm trying to think? Ticketmaster. And Ticketmaster has a free API that'll show you every concert in America, right? So you just draw. So let's say you're doing concerts and that's what you want to do. So you can pull every concert in America in to rate those concerts. So people that have been, if you've been to see this person before, what was your experience? Was it good? Was it bad? Were they loud? Did they suck? Are they great live? Do they say, so, but the thing is, those concerts are all going to be rapidly changing. So that API is going to update every single day. And that happens automatically. Okay. And you can have your enhancements set up, and I'm sure that Julius will show you that the enhancements can happen every day automatically through a workflow.
Okay, great.
This is not the simplest thing in the world to do, right? I'm not going to lie to anybody and tell you that you're just going to be a dumb as a rock and be able to do this. I mean, you got to have a little bit of intelligence to you to do it, and you got to think in systems a little bit to do it, but it's very doable.
Okay.
But the payoff is enormous, right? The payoff is huge. So the effort level's a little bit higher, but the payoff level's 100x bigger.
Yeah. Well, what if several people from this workshop create the same directory? Are we going to be in competition?
Sure.
Is that a problem?
I don't know.
I really wouldn't want that to
There's
happen.
1,191 of them, so we'll see. I wouldn't. You're worrying about the wrong things, dear. Are you trying to talk yourself out of doing something?
No, I just don't want to end up with, competing with somebody in the same group and having a whole ton of work to get ahead of them and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I can't ban the group from doing any one particular thing.
I know.
Yeah, and so just try to do something that's uniquely that something about, that you have some experience in, and you're going to have an edge over the competition. Or like the young lady that's doing real estate investors, she's got 400,000 real estate investors in a database already. She's going to have a huge advantage. Some people are going to have it, some people aren't. I'm not going to blow smoke up your ass and tell you that there's no market that's without competition. If you find a market that's without competition, there's usually a good reason why. There's no money in that market. So don't worry about the competition so much. Just build your thing and let it grow, and you'll likely outperform others.
Okay.
Okay. I know that's probably not what you want to hear. You want to hear some magic bullet of how you can never be, you're going to pick the market
No.
and nobody's ever going to be in your market. I don't want, I'm not going to lie to you.
No, I wanna find out who's in what market so we don't collide.
You can't
That
do
would
that.
be,
There,
I know.
nobody's going to do that. No
I
more
know.
than you would. So
Right.
yeah,
Right.
yeah. Okay. I'm gonna bounce in real quick and slide over to slides real quick for a second, and then we're gonna get Russ and these guys started. So they got a lot to cover today. I almost just left the meeting. I don't want to do that. Okay, and yeah. So all right. So this is Bill Day. So we're gonna have Russell Smith and Julie Sebastian come up in just a second. And like I said, guys, are you ready? I hope they didn't leave, because if they left, I'm in big. Yeah. Are they here?
I'm here, man.
All right, cool.
Let's go.
So these guys are going to guide you through. I'm going to be watching with them. If I feel like things are getting super complicated, I'll step in. If you guys feel like you're totally lost at any given time, just raise your hand and let Angie Norris know. Not raise your hand, but just in the chat, just chat with Angie Norris and say, "Hey, I'm lost. I'm lost. I don't understand this part," and she'll let them know, and they'll go back and recover. Julius and Russell both are two of the most patient humans I've ever met in my life. They're not only excellent technical integrators, they're incredibly patient teachers. So I promise you would much rather have them to have me for this section of the show, right? So isn't that right, Russell? Russell knows. But yeah, Russ is amazing. Julius is amazing, and both of these people have been with me. Russ has been how many years, Russ?
Gosh, I feel like 13 maybe.
13.
Yeah.
How many years, Julius?
More than a decade now, probably. Yeah.
I think you're probably closer to
18.
20. You're closer to 20 than you are
20,
10.
yeah.
So 18 years, I think Russ has been with me. So, I mean, that Julius has been with me. So these guys are not, they are long in the tooth. They've been around me a long time, to their, Julius doesn't look like he's 20 years old. So, at least Russ has got the gray hair to prove that he's worked with Perry for a while. So, but I'm going to turn this over to them and let them run the show. And I'll come back at the break. We're going to run from now, and we'll see if they need a break. We'll take a little break like we did yesterday afternoon at a point. But guys, show them how to build directories. Let's go.
All right. Russ, do you want to go? So let me, Russ, do you want me to go first?
Yeah. I think this would be a good time to kind of show them exactly your process. You nailed it down. You have a team, and I believe the process that you made has been able to be replicated over and over for success. So I'd love for it to be shared.
Hey, before you do that, Julius, can you hop over and show them a directory or two, or what one looks like, just so they can see what a couple of hours look like?
Let's go. So this is one of the properties that we have, homesteading. Let's go. Farms and markets near you. Click here, directory. So this is one of the directories that we have. So let's say, let's go to Texas. Let's see farmers market in Texas here. Let's see maybe this one in Dallas.
I like to point out that it looks like he's going lightning fast. The websites that he creates and gets ready for you guys are lightning fast, and that's how it works.
That's that's actually pretty true. Also, you would notice here how the data is actually not thin content. This was me and Paris very careful about having thin content, so it has to be really has to have a lot of information, and you have to get this from different sources. And I'm gonna walk you through that process later and how to have a really comprehensive content and not thin content like this one. At the same time, you'd want to have a speakable schema as well in there somewhere. So I'll walk you through the process on how we scrape this and how we automated this autonomously. So this is one of those.
Yeah, and you'll have to define what speakable schema is. It's kind of like out there term for everybody. Yeah, so I'll
go ahead, Russ. Yeah.
I'll make sure that you cover that. So like there's certain areas of your directory that have entries, and each one would be eligible for AEO, where I believe the LLMs would pick up on some of that schema data, like where it's at, location, times, all that information that he's talking about. Really great enhanced data, and that speakable data, will be able to be triggered. Like Alexa, is that one of the things that will speak it out there? And
Yeah. So one of the important
very
fields that we produce are the speakable fields. So these are English paragraphs per listing that are actually easier understood by LLMs right now, or ChatGPT or Gemini or Alexa or Google. So it has to be spoken, because the searching, SEO, AEO nowadays works differently now. So you want your properties to be easy to find. So notice how, for example, we have let's go back to one directory.
Hey, by the way, just so you guys will notice this, this is a directory built within an existing site for what it's worth. So we were talking about that earlier. We own homesteading.com, but the directory was added to the site, and we could have, if we wanted more directories, we're probably going to add a directory here on farmland, where people can where to buy the best farmland in America based on water, soil, environment, things like that. So this homesteading.com property may end up having, maybe not a
category,
dozen, four or five different directories running inside of it.
Good thing you mentioned, Perry, since this is running on WordPress, the slugs would actually work with you in terms of that. So notice how the directory, if you want a different category, what Perry was discussing a while ago about a different category or niche, you can actually have a better slug with that on a different install or either a different database. So actually, I can show you the DIY projects as well. Let's go to a directory. So DIY projects, the concept here is actually showing, for DIYers, they want to get backup from the professionals. So if you want plumbing, electrical, so let's look for a directory of plumbers. So
yeah,
plumbers
you
can
have
show up
up
here.
there at the top, just kind of going over that design part. You have that hero with the search section that pulls in all the entries where it's an easy, fast search. But beneath that, you'd have category searches and other things just on your homepage. So you're kind of looking at a homepage, a categories page, and then an entries page. That's kind of the three different types.
That's
that
right.
you see. So yeah, just
can
don't
search for
skip
different
over that.
categories.
It's beautiful. Yeah.
So different categories that you can search for. One of the things that we have to do for SEO as well is that your landing page has to have your articles in here as well. Pillar articles. So let's go for electrical category. All of the electricians in a certain category has been scraped. And let's see for this one. And these are the things. So I'll walk you through what actually are the quick facts that you're going to be searching for. What's the relevant fields that you should be scraping for, because it's not cheap scraping for things that you don't need. So you want to be mindful of those as well. A popular service, what people are actually searching for.
There's a
highlight
lot of data though too that and I'll be sharing a bunch of this at the break. There's a ton of free APIs out there. There's a ton of free data. So don't be scared of, there's probably 1,000 ideas you come up with that you use almost completely free data if you wanted to. But there are certain things that we like to combine free data and paid data together, scrape data and free data together to get something more robust.
So this was this was from Google. We just actually scraped this from their existing Google reviews, and then you can actually add it on your fields as well. So with that said, let me walk you through. So I'll be discussing about the data side of things, and then Russell can discuss about the build part. So yesterday, Perry gave you the why. Today Russell and I are going to show you the how to produce those directory. So I'm not gonna go into much more into the how side of things. And so just a quick context, I'm Julius. I run Native Commerce. We run multiple content brands and publication with over 170,000 monthly visitors, 68,000 email subscribers, no paid ads, all organic. and all built on systems. So we like what I've showed you a while ago, we have multiple live directory builds, live traffic, live revenue. Russell and I have been building brands together for more than a decade now. So what you're about to see are actual tools, actual sequences, and actual mistakes as well, and challenges that we made, so you don't have to repeat them. But before we start building, any tools that I want to show you later, I want to walk you through how the system works, what each piece does, and how they connect with each other. Because later on, once we're inside the build, it's actually pretty complex. I hope you don't get confused along the way, and I'd rather you understand the logic going in and spending time with the demo later on, trying to catch up. Because this is something that we've had challenges as well along the way. Like what Perry mentioned a while yesterday, the building is just easy to do. We have developers, we have coders. What Russell and I had to reverse engineer is to make this easier for everybody, for someone who has no coding background. So that's something that we want to make sure that everybody has the tools or the capabilities to implement this without even having to code a single line of code. Yeah.
We had to kiss a few frogs and make a lot of mistakes before we got to a solution.
Right.
Yes, that we could teach you and you could replicate and you could build your business and scale. So yeah, definitely correct,
Right.
Julius.
Because there's so many solutions so many solutions. We've tried different platforms, and we realize this is pretty complex for someone who's just starting this. We have a lot of different. We tested a different directory, CRM, CMS. But we ended up with one thing that we feel like we're confident in walking you guys through. So, okay. So one of the things Perry discussed yesterday is about the moat thing. So every listing we publish has to earn its place on Google. So a while ago I was showing you the fields that we have. So this is the breakdown of those anatomy. This is anatomy. I'm gonna walk you guys through this later, but just an overarching view. It means that there's no empty fields, no placeholder text, no descriptions. The pipeline is built to produce the actual content and Apify. So searching for specific answers, specific questions, structured. This is structured the way Google and AI. Somebody was asking about AEO. This is structured the way Google and AI search engines want to read it. So that's we want to prepare the scrapers prior to actually implementing it on your directory. So
Hey, Julius, people are asking if you can zoom in any closer on slides for readability.
I'm going to walk you through each of these later on, but
Okay.
generally, you'd have multiple different layers. So just to break it down here, there are three things that are happening when we're scraping. You wanna scrape Google Places. This gives us real data, address. This is where you get hours, photos, reviews, and then on top of this, what Perry was saying, that you wanna use multiple different sources. So we also have AI content, the AI description. You pair that with Q&A written specifically for that listing, and then you create a structured schema, and this gives us a speakable fields. This is one of the most useful. You want your list to be very useful for that niche, so that it could rank on Google and cited by AI answers. Okay, so the playbook, basically, this is something that we really had to simplify. It's not as simple as this, but I just to create a visual that it's this basically 4 phases that we're gonna build later on.
Yeah, and this is how we're gonna flow with it.
Right.
Julius, if you can take a second, do you have full screen? Are you on your iPad or iPad?
Right. Hang on.
The screen is a little tiny for most viewing.
Is this better?
That's even smaller.
Way better.
Or is it better?
Yes.
Okay, awesome.
There you go.
Perfect.
This is better. Okay. All right. So before we touch any tool, here's the picture. 4 phases. This is the whole system that we're going to be walking through later. So phase 1, we want to identify. Remember yesterday you guys had to create your worksheet. We're going to walk you through that. We're going to create an architect for your niche. We want to process your niche, give it a niche. We research on that. We want to identify what people are actually looking for. A while ago, the PAA, what people are actually asking. And then we want to generate the full field schema of what your directory needs. This is going to produce a one output file, MD output file that we can use for phase 2. Phase 2 is then we're going to engineer the what we've architect. And so you paste this is we're going to provide you the bot, the gem for this, so you get it automatically produce this for you. So you paste the output of that to the phase 2, which is it generates. It would we mentioned you're not gonna do a single line of code. We're gonna do the coding for you. So this bot's gonna do that for you. It generates every code file for your Apify actor. There's going to be 7 files later on in production that you just paste in your Apify build. So you have a working data pipeline. So you don't have
And we'll
to
define
go
what that Apify actor is coming up soon. If you're not
Right,
familiar with
right.
that,
Sorry.
that's
Yeah,
kind
yeah,
of a
yeah.
new thing. So
I'm
definitely.
going to walk you through that in a bit. Yeah. Well, we can like quickly walk. So the Apify is the tool that we're going to be using for scraping. Inside of that, there's an actor. Actor is the one that you want to create as a scraping tool within that platform. And then we're going to walk you through that step by step later. Phase 3 for this is the Apify enrichment. So phase 3, we're going to create a seed CSV inside Apify. So we're gonna use different APIs on this, like your Google API, the OpenAI for that, searching on multiple different places for you. You're gonna be ending up with a really enriched output data after this, using Apify, and then from there, we're gonna phase 4 directorist. So a while ago we were discussing about, we were looking for really a good platform or tool that would be easy enough for you, drag and drop, no background coding, no styling needed. And we ended up with directorist. For a lot of you guys are familiar with WordPress, so it's easy to transition from this. And so you map your enriched CSV that you download onto your WordPress, and then you run an importer to automatically import that for you for before you go live. And so that's the oversimplified context on that one. Here's the directories that we've built. I've shown you a while ago. Perry talked yesterday about the moat for a directory. So it's not necessarily the design that we produce, which is pretty cool too. It's not a domain. A lot of you guys were asking yesterday about, should I buy the domain? It's not really the domain. It's actually what you scrape for your business. So the architect output for we're gonna test CTDump for this. So most people actually look at directory to see list of businesses. What they don't see is the structure underneath it. The structure of what Google indexes. So this is the actual fields anatomy a while ago. So the schema, you want me to zoom? I wonder if I can zoom in here.
And that does come into the, like, when you're deciding, is it going to be a directory of a person, a
Right.
place, thing? Think about all these fields that would be required. I love that you're putting out the schema for this.
All right. Yeah. So let's walk through the schema. So what do you need? What do I need for my fields? Whether it's a product field or a person, you'd want your name, address, coordinates, and this is something that Google can provide. Layer 2, you'd want your post status, category, image, featured flag, invisible to this might be invisible to the viewers, but on your back end, this is critical to your pipeline. For directories, you override it to publish in your CSV. So and then your domain specific fields. In our case, we were testing on CTDumps. For CTDump, for example, we had to search for waste facility type, accepted materials, or said there's a prohibited materials. These are what people are actually searching for that we've researched for layer 3. Once you have your base layer, what you want to do is then enrich your base layer based on what you've initially scraped. So you'd want, this is where the speakable schema would come in. You'd want a 200 to 400 word HTML description of what that is. This is where your OpenAI would come in, wherein you'd want to generate those for each of your what you scrape in. Speakable fields. So these are 3 voice searched paragraphs. First sentence answers directly. So Google, the first sentence of each answers the questions directly. So remember that what we're going to be researching later on what actually people are asking about this specific niche. You want to answer that. You want to provide a specific answer for those questions. And it has to be in a speakable format. So that when AEO or your LLMs would search, your website will be cited for that. So Google reads this out loud. ChatGPT cites this. You want to have 3 fields that are a layer within your fields as well. These are within those, you'd want to have your Q&A blocks as well, quick facts blocks. These are one of the some of the fields that are going to enrich your existing listing. So you have those layer 4, layer 5, your Google Places integration. You'd want to have like fields of rating, the review count, review blocks. And then here's what some people are asking: data freshness and tracking. Here's where you want to be updating your data in terms of the date, source ID, pipeline logs. And then another layer is the monetization side of things, which Perry can discuss further tomorrow. So the architect bot that we're going to provide you is going to automatically do the research for you for this one. And so remember yesterday you guys asking your niche, do you guys have enough data for it? Do you have location for that? For example, on our end, when we were looking for researching for farmers market, there's actually existing public government data that we can actually use as just a jumping point for that one.
Isn't that great? You get the jumping off point, but then like Perry's like, wait, that's some thin content. Like, what are you
Right.
gonna do to make that enhanced? So that was like, problem 1 to solve. So if you're already
Exactly.
looking at like you have all this data publicly available, like what can you do with that data now that you have AI? And I love that Julius is going to cover this.
Yeah, exactly. So now that you have enough data, what's the local search intent for that? You want to research for what people are actually searching for. The local search intent, what's the questions of the locals asking for those? So you want to, do they have urgency on that one? So this is becoming empathic on your demographic. And so once you have that, so I'm gonna send this to you guys. I'm gonna provide you the architect bot and the engineering bot. If you guys have QR, you can just check this, or this Trisha can dump the link on Zoom. So I think it would be actually this one. So it's gonna redirect you to this page.
I'll share that.
People on it.
So let me show you.
All right.
Right through
Now
it.
for the freebies. I like this.
Yeah, this is actually, I'm actually pretty impressed with myself on how I came up with this. Okay, so CT dump, one of the properties that we were testing this for, there's actually another layer I want to add, because I just yesterday Perry gave this ChatGPT bot the directory mentor. So let's test it out to add that layer in it. I feel like it's gonna make the content better for the niche. So let's just say I have let's say I have a pre-prepared paragraph of what CT dump is basically. It's basically, if I want to create a directory of public waste disposal facilities across United States. So let's check what the Perry's GPT was. I already tested this yesterday. It's actually pretty good. And I want to use this layer for the next phase, actually. So it's gonna research that for me. This is Perry's bot, and then we're gonna go through the two gems that I'm gonna provide you. So this is the architect bot and the engineer bot. So let's still nice. It even does the SEO slugs for you. It even does the monetization paths, which a lot of you guys are asking. It did the research on the geo intent, the problem intent. It's actually pretty comprehensive.
And which of the four things did you click on at the top?
Hang on, this one. So, basically, we're gonna walk through these two bots. But Perry gave yesterday a GPT for your niche, a directory mentor GPT, which is gonna.
And that had four questions at the top. So I just was wondering if there's a specific one you clicked on.
Sorry, Julius, I just muted you. I was
No
trying
worries.
distract from the.
Okay, so actually, it's just pretty comprehensive enough. So I'm just gonna copy it, and let's go to the directory intelligence architect gem. So remember the fields that I was talking about a while ago? This is gonna automatically generate and research that. So I'm just gonna copy and paste that here. Let's see what's gonna. Remember the layers a while ago? So city dumps, a nationwide database-driven public disposal facilities. Section 2, why this niche wins on Google. So it needs to identify what's in it for Google. What's in it for Google. So you can actually help Google. Who's your demographic? The revenue model, which is, I think it got also from for Paris bot. Data sources. So check this out. So remember, you'd be surprised how a lot of public data that you can actually get. So it actually researched for an existing live data that we can download.
And did you still have that on your clipboard where that prompt that you just put in at the top, for example?
Yeah, I got it from the ChatGPT bot. I just copied the response. But best practice, you're right, Russ. Really good practice is to I like creating a Google Doc for each of this. And then this is just the designer in me trying to style it prior to. Okay, so also I like to create a new. So let's say this is a good practice. Step 0. This is step 1. So I copied and pasted these information that we got. Let's say this is the city dump pre-production.
Hey, Julius, I know this is going to slow everything down for everybody, but there's a lot of requests for the prompts that you're using and the which buttons you're clicking and the all that stuff. So we're probably going to need to stop and answer some of those. I
asked him the same thing when he showed me the first time, and I'm like, wow, he is organized when he starts putting this work document together. So he can go back.
Yeah, and I figured you've got a document for them. We might want to share that document just so you don't have to stop. I don't know what you have and what you don't have, but Trisha's really good at grabbing those too.
Explain what I do step by step along the way as well. So I type docs.new. It automatically create a new blank document for you. And then from here, let's go. There's a button here, 2 square buttons that says copy response. I'm just gonna click that and then go to the blank document and then Command C, Command V. And then this is the result of the previous one that we have. what I do is just Control A. I choose my. That's the OCD in me. It has to be a really good font. Um, and then I create a new tab. What's nice about Google Docs is that you can organize it. Step 0. There's a plus button here. You can add a tab there, and then say step 1. Let's say this is CT dump pre-production.
Hey, Julius and Russell. So there's a number of people in the chat that are, a couple people are lost. I mean, the thing is, guys, this is not baking an apple pie. You know, there's a bit of technicality to it. If I think these guys have been going for like 10, 15 minutes, and I don't get it yet. I don't know how to do this yet. Today is building. You have to build the data first. You have to grab the data and you have to deliver the data first. If you got to trust the process, pay attention, stick in, and trust the process. If you don't, and this is not for you, you can message Angie or you can message Trisha, and I'm happy to refund your purchase of the workshop, and you can go find something way easier to do. I mean, I'm happy to do that. If not, please be patient. I mean, you can't stop to react to every question in the chat that comes up while he's going through the process. And Russell will bring all this back into scope for you when he builds out the site, and it will all come to you if you trust the process. If you don't trust the process and you don't think it's for you, I'm happy as a clam to, as always, to give anybody their money back and go make a faceless YouTube channel or do something a whole lot easier. If this is above your head, I'm totally cool with it. I understand. So you guys can let me know what you want to do. Who thinks we're good? Who thinks we're good? Who thinks this is working out? Okay. So
I think we do need to go back about the new ChatGPT process. That was a new thing, but we don't actually read every.
I think that's the layer. You're right.
We don't read the output on all this. We just say it made us stuff, copy it, put it somewhere else for pasting it again. So I know a lot of people are like, but what content did it just give us?
What was it? Yeah.
Yeah. So let's go back again.
I
You
get
added this part. Let's go back to the ChatGPT prompt and then show exactly that. And we're just copy and pasting from the process.
And Russ is good at coming in. If it gets too complicated, Russ will pop in and clarify it for you. He's dealt with all you suckers a million times, so he's used to getting this. Julius is very technical and very systematic and very meticulous. And you need to appreciate that, because as you're doing the data gathering and the data enhancement, it's incredibly important. If you have shit data, you're going to have a shit directory, right? So it's super important that you get this. And I think that between Julius and Russell, if you'll give them the time and open-mindedness, you'll get all this, and you'll get it taught to you the right way. There's half-ass ways to do it, and if you do it the half-ass way, you're going to get a half-ass result. But this is the right way to do it, and I hope you guys appreciate that. And if it's not for you, I'm not kidding. And no hard feelings. I'm not going to be mad at you or anything. It's just not for you, and let other people get after it that's going to put their work and time and attention in it, and maybe you do something else. So I don't mean that in a mean way. I just mean that in a nice way. I don't want anybody to spend their money that's not going to focus in and get a return from it.
And stay with us. I think Julius has made this a copy and paste process, and we'll go back over questions, but I'm gonna keep them on track. So Julius, on this, like, we just started with that Chat GPT, and like, what was the magic? You put in a prompt that was going to be a little bit different than anybody else's, right?
I see. Okay, it wasn't a prompt. It's basically it's basically remember the sheet that you, even if I put anything, like even if I put maybe.
There, that's what we need. Scroll to the top of that, please, if you will. Scroll all the way to the top. All right, so this right here is where we lost, I think.
Gotcha.
People were saying, what did you do? This is not going to be the same for everybody, but I want you to kind of break it down and give them an example of this in the chat, please.
Gotcha, that makes sense. I want you to forget the ChatGPT part for now. So this is one bot. Architect bot is one bot. I think this is where we lost also. We lost them also because I didn't discuss about the ChatGPT layer. We're going to be working on these two bots right here, which is the architect bot, and then the engineer bot. So just adding this just to make it like further enhance the data that you have. Let me start a new chat. Even if
So, yeah,
it's for the demo purpose, I'm just gonna
yeah, copy all that and you'll paste that right into the chat to give
just
them an
to
example of what you're doing.
yeah, just to prove a point. I'm just gonna say, let's just say it's this is a bad prompt. But I bet you could do better. It's just let's just say it's just a nationwide database for public waste disposal facilities. You don't need a prompt, a really badass prompt for this. It's the pre prompt's gonna do it for you. The training's gonna do it for you. This is a really bad prompt, but for testing purposes, city dump is nationwide public waste disposal facilities. You might want to add the worksheet yesterday.
Right.
The worksheet that you were provided yesterday, that's what you're going to put in here. I'm just going to say it's a city dump. Let's just say maybe I already have a domain for it. And that's it.
All right.
It's going to automatically do it for you.
All right. And so this
That's
output,
basically you're brainstorming with this bot. Yeah.
You read about a couple sentences of this and then scroll down and see, like, did it comprehensively kind of define it, right?
Right. So
There's no way we're going to sit here and read all of that, right?
So right now it says, it's a promising directory concept. Basically, I'm brainstorming with this bot. I can even revise it if I don't feel like it's, this bot is more treated like a brainstorming bot. This layer. So it's it's doing the research for me. It identified the purpose of it. Because it would probably know better than I do. Taxonomy would identify, would research on it. So let's say it graded it 7.5 niche. If you want to revise it, if you don't agree with it or some portion of it, maybe
I think it's good as anything we ever
pretty
need,
good.
right? Like, it's just our big brainstorm. So you just copied it, and
there's a button here, copy response.
Yeah.
Now we move forward to this next bot, which is the directory intelligence bot.
Directory intelligence. We got the Gemini gem that we're going to use.
Let's click on that. It's an empty bot. So going back here, let's say, this is a pretty good response. I'm going to copy it. I'm going to put it on a doc.
And so what he's doing here is he's going to make a Google Doc just to go back, just in case he has to go refine what one of the steps that he's doing in the copy and paste. Like, we didn't read everything, so maybe there's something in there that was like, hallucination. So Julius,
this is a good way. This is a good way for you. Like, if you like the whole thing, but you just didn't like one section of it, maybe you can delete that part or fine tune or rephrase it. So a doc is where you can fine tune that.
However you like to organize yourself and how pretty the fonts need to be. Definitely. But this is at least it makes it showing a path of what we've done, what step we're at, what we've copied and pasted, just in case we have to get back up between this, and come back to it later. You don't want to have to go search through your chat GBTs. It's nice to have a doc. Okay. So we still have that all copied, and are we going to be using that?
We're going to copy that, and let's go to step 1. Let me start let's go to step 1. I'm just going to copy and paste that. No prompts, just as is. We're just going to submit
so everybody's
that.
Cool with that. Like, we copied, we pasted, we read 2 sentences, and we're just going to run through that same flow from the document.
So now that's going to remember a while ago, we want to create these layers for your fields. What this bot's going to produce for you is it's going to research for you each fields that are required for your niche. So going back here, let's check if it
is it limited to anything? Is it like, just kind of based on any kind of category?
It's general purpose. It's kind of trained to be agnostic on the specific product people places. But let us know if you've experienced a bug along the way, and we'll try to fine tune it. on a beta version. Okay, so layer one is going to provide you what what that directory is. A while ago is explaining why that all the sections that you might need for each individual listings that you need to be scraping for.
It already
It
thinks about
researched
revenue
for
model in section 4, which is pretty cool.
it researched for who's the potential demographic for that for the niche that you're searching for. Revenue model, if they can claim their listings, you can actually have the local private facility operators pay you for that. Lead generation, affiliate placements, data sources. So a while ago, existing data that we have, you can actually.
That was super helpful, right? It pulled up the thing that like, hey, there's existing data out there from 2024 that would help us like kind of not start from scratch.
It's a good jumping point. One of the challenges that Russ and I had when we were building directories was that availability of data. Even if you scraped data, it's still having a hard time getting the accurate data. And since this is a government data, you're pretty sure that this is pretty accurate. And it's public data for public usage. It's gonna give you download instructions on this existing data. Let's check if it's even downloadable. Let's see. Actually, we can actually just search for that if it's there you go.
And the database is right there below it.
There you go. Let's see.
Yeah, that was it right in the middle of the page. Yeah, got it. And then data and partners. And so we were able to download 3 different, I mean, it's kind of like the same, like CSV and XL. SX, you can convert them between each other, but a lot of times, like our final output will be ideally CSV. But if you have to download, like if it gives you something like that, go ahead and download an XLSX, and you can bring that into Google Docs, and you don't have to have Microsoft
Sheets,
Suite.
Excel.
Is everybody familiar with those? So like those are kind of like portable databases on their own. You have all these cells with entries. So that, I mean, it's just a great jumping off point. What else was in there that was like important? Backup sources.
So if that doesn't work out, it's gonna also provide you a backup data source that you can actually, you can have Claude or your LLM clean up for you. So it's gonna give you instructions on how to download it. Let's say it has a backup.
And so it already gave us a rough estimate of how big this directory was going to be. I think it was it 26,000 or no 2,600?
280,000
estimated of local facilities drop-off points. And then down there, the MVP would be the listing counting of 2,600 listings live and indexed. So that would be really our goal endpoint would be a directory. If we were doing city dumps, it's going to be 2,600. Hopefully we're going to get there, right? That shouldn't be a problem for us with your process.
Okay, so it's going to provide you with a field schema, what should you be scraping for.
Yeah, pay attention to this. If you'll slow down on this part, I think, Julius, because this is super important. So these are things you might not have thought about. And guess why you use Google Gemini? Because you get all that data from Google. Google Places has this. They can reference like the status, the type, the name, the address, the city, state, all that. These important fields are going to be crucial to a city dump.
They're non-negotiables, basically.
Yeah, you got latitude, longitude lines. Why would you use that, guys? Because you can have Google Places in there to provide you exact locations, phone numbers, websites. Definitely, it's thinking things that you might not have had in mind. So yeah, and then what's layer 2 is even drilled down more, right?
So the taxonomy slug, admin location.
Yeah, those taxonomy, like the categories. What kind of categories are going to be? Is that going to be a city dump for private or public or by state almost makes sense to me. You could find out all the ones in your state by a category, date when they were opened, and then again, layer 3. Let's
This is
drill it
gonna
down
be a
even
bit,
more.
yeah, this is gonna be a bit overkill for some. Along the way, during your bot, you can just fine tune. But the goal is provide as much data that you can pre-select from.
Jamie said it right there. We're about mapping that content, mapping that data, right? So we're finding the entries that we need to map with what we're going to bring in. So that's Google's helping us. I love it.
So next is the enrichment layer. So now that you have your non-negotiables, now how can we enrich those data? It's going to be providing you with the speakable fields. This is what people are actually asking for. What can I drop off? Where can I get a listing? So it's going to be providing the actual what people are actually asking for. Even the
It goes
answers
back to
format.
what we were saying with what would you ask Alexa or what you would ask Siri is hey, where to drop it off and what time does it close? Almost.
Exactly. Okay, quick facts block. These are easily scraped by SEO. Top 3 to 4 primary categories. Q&A blocks, FAQ section. A while ago, I showed you the accordion drop down, so that's what we used it for. The Q&A. Taxonomy. Like what Russell mentioned, in some cases we just skim this, but it's a good
Yeah,
practice
right.
to
Can I drop off scrap metal and batteries? You're I don't know, not on my watch, but yeah, there's just different things that'll jump out to you that hopefully it can scrape, and there's some kind of data out there. So it starts with just the essentials, and then comes up with something that would really make sense if there is some universal answers to these.
All right, so it's also gated with anti-thin content. So if it feels like it's still thin, it's gonna actually create pipeline warnings for you. So these are notes, and then let's say we'll copy this and dump it on our
Working
basically
doc.
working Google Doc data. Let's go back here. Is it this one? Okay. Let's copy response. Because it's pretty long, sometimes you'd have to wait for it to.
Oh, that's what it is. I was I swear I saw you copy it just a while ago, but yeah, you might just
Right.
wait till it's
It's
all on your
wait. Yeah.
clipboard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trying to get that in the clipboard.
All right. Yeah. So it's not beautiful looking, but that's what we just want to kind of keep it as part of the breadcrumbs as we go along that trail.
Okay. So let's see. Okay. So it's going to give you instructions on what to do next. So it says your schema is ready. Save this file and paste it to bot 2 once your seed is downloaded. So let's download this.
Save this file and paste it into bot 2. Okay.
There you go. I feel like this is a relatively new feature from Gemini. It used to be a similar to Claude where they can. So just again, no need to. But if you have to, you can skim it. But basically, we just copy and paste this brief. This is the schema that we're just gonna copy and paste for doc 2. But for safety purposes, let me just dump it there. Okay, let's go back to the engineering bot. So this is the actual builder of the scraper. So bot number 2. So what you do from here, you just paste what we copied from bot 1 a while ago. I also dump the main one. Where is that? Oh, here you go. Right. So
everybody's on with it. We copied and
we're
pasted
just
from bot
copying,
1 to
no
bot
prompts
2.
here. Just copying what it generated, basically. Everything, I just dump it on bot number 2. So what this bot does is actually generate the actual code for you.
And I just have to trust Julius on this because I'm like, I don't know what did it have in it? No, he's like, just copy, paste it. You'll love the outcome. Like, just follow me. Just keep going. We're going down this rabbit hole, all right?
Right. Well, basically the goal is we don't want you guys to go down like have to manually code this actually. So okay, so this is where it gets complicated. So I had to illustrate it next here. Okay. Here's basically what you might need to identify. Ignore the complexity of it, but essentially you just need to create these files, these JSON files or JavaScript files.
And do you want to stop there for a minute and understand like what an actor is, what Appify, or is that later on? Because I feel like you did show this to me, and my first question was, well, okay, why did I do this, and what's an actor, and what's Appify? And
Sure.
you're like, just follow me, but I don't know if it's something you want to just dip the toes into right now. While you're doing.
You don't really need to understand this because what we're gonna do is just we're gonna copy and paste things here. But for just so you have a good understanding of what each of these files are. So package.json, this purple one, it basically runs first. It runs everything. This runs everything here in order. Actor.json. Remember a while ago we were talking about the scraper. This is your actor's ID card. Basically, it's a name version, what the category it lives on Appify. So input schema.json. Basically, this is it builds the form you fill out before hitting run. That's the input forms. So every field you see, API keys, batch size, CSV path, it lives here. But you don't need to manually do that. You're just gonna copy and paste it based on the fields that we have a while ago. Enrich.js. This is the expensive one. This is what makes the actual API calls. The Google places. Remember the enriched fields that we made a while ago? We want to enrich and have Google scrape all of those data. So that's where it is. The OpenAI integration, that's where it's housed. The descriptions, the Q&A, that's the enrich file. Validate.js is the bouncer. Essentially, it checks each listings after it enrich. So if it's not thick enough, doesn't get published. This is the anti-thin gate that we created. So it fires last after everything fires. It has to be like the gate for everything that it's scraped. Transform.js, this is essentially just the translator. It takes all the messy raw columns and then it's gonna sort them into a clean schema director. By the way, this is designed for directorists. So we had to reverse engineer what directorist expects in terms of the data for WordPress, but actually, Russell, you've used this on your platform as well, right? So you could use the same.
Yeah, just basically, I need the CSV to get up and go, and then AI does the rest.
Right.
And I think that's what's important here is this stuff used to take what he's outlining like weeks just to get developers to get it. In Julius's previous screen on the bot, it already has made these files for you, right? Like each one. So I believe, if we took a look at it, it would make more sense. Is like, well, now it's telling you to copy this or save this or name this, right?
Yeah. So lastly, main.js, basically this is your coordinator. So basically it coordinates all the files here. It reads the seed CSV and then it runs all of these actor files. So essentially those are your files in here. So going back here, going back here, notice how it already provided you the, the schemas. Let me share.
Yeah, that's going to be an important part. I remember from last time, those keys or whatever that we'll be using.
Okay. So stay with us. This is going to be kind of this is the reason I wanted to create the logic behind a while ago. It gets complex along the way.
And so, yeah, when we got to that what is it, Gemini, Google.com with the Apify actor bot that he created for you, it's pretty much just going to have everything ready. And now what you'll need to do is allow this to work with the Apify. So it'll show you how this goes into it. It's pretty awesome too. It made the what is it, the file directory mapping for you. So right down there at the bottom, the file structure. So you don't have to look back at the slides and know where to put stuff. It actually has the output for you.
So before we start, let me just quickly walk you through what this dashboard is. This is.
Can you make that much bigger, Julius? It is tiny, tiny, tiny. Or am I the one out of it?
There you go. Let me zoom in. All right.
Angie, can we read that?
No, I have bad eyes, but it's very tiny.
All right. Thank you, Julius, for adjusting this a little bit for us. We were close. All right. So we had about 50-50 on that.
Give me a second. Let me.
While you're doing that, Julius, people wanted clarification on bot number 2. You called them bot number 1 and bot number 2. I just want to make sure. So the directory intelligence architect, that is bot number 1?
Yep.
Okay. And then the Apify actor builder, is that bot number 2?
Bot number 2, yes.
Okay, great. They're both in the doc. We'll drop that one more time. Trisha will drop the link to the asset, the directory pack asset.
And yeah, so there's no instruction yet to do copy and paste bot 2's output. We're just going to follow Julius in a minute because he's going to save those outputs, I believe, on your local computer. Is that correct?
Yep.
All right. So far, I don't think we've asked too much further on it. It'll just take a minute longer, Julius, to get your screen right for everybody to see. I don't know if we want to. If we take a quick question, hopefully it's not like, is my directory done yet? Because we're right smack in the middle of procuring we've got to get all this data, right?
Okay.
Data key. All right, I can see your screen a little bit better now. Console.apify.com.
Console.apify.com. All right. So let me just quickly walk you through what this dashboard is. Essentially, you just want to focus on this tab here, actors, and the main. Actually, that's about it. And your settings page. And I'm gonna walk you guys through it in a bit. Okay, from your actors, Apify store, this is what Perry was saying a while ago, where there's a lot of existing public, that's well reviewed.
You zoomed out again. Sorry. You keep zooming. All right.
A lot of public information, public scrapers.
One of my favorite ones, to interject, there's one of my favorites was a LinkedIn scraper that I think it was like 400 entries, maybe $2 or something. You could have, because it's a marketplace too, you could get a LinkedIn scraper that went through and scraped right there, profiles. So if somebody is good at building these actors, they can sell these on here, and then people can use them to run various projects. So something is already out there. You might get to skip a lot of this actor part to get your data. But right here, you could run this, and it goes through a whole bunch of profiles, and that was it, like $4 for 1,000. So hopefully, this is just opening your eyes right now. Like, wait, wait, there's already places that will scrape and it's pre-built for me, and all I have to do is throw a little bit of money at it, and I can come back with a whole bunch of results. What do you think about that, guys? Like, let me know in the comments if you've ever used this before. Oh, it's
Sure.
definitely
Here's the
not free.
data that you'll
Definitely.
receive. You'll receive profile summary, current educational qualification. It's going to scrape this for you. So a lot of here you'll see a lot of people are using it. 35,000 people use this. Users. It's actually good reviews. People are saving it. So that's how it's a pretty good
Yeah.
scraper.
Useful for that. Like, say if you're trying to populate and update all of your CRM for your company, maybe people have, your contacts for B2B have moved jobs. You could use something like that to update all of their records to whatever job they were at. I know that HubSpot has something built into theirs that, I mean, this is a pricey tool. So being able to build that for somebody or yourself is very valuable.
By the way, for those who's just starting to create their own Apify account, there's a free $5 one that you get. Like if you create one, it's gonna give you like a free $5 credit, which is most of the time good enough for like thousands of information or data that you want to scrape for a small directory. So it's more than enough.
So you just throw a little bit of money in there and you can get started just building your actors from what you have. I guess, is that the place that you went to first? Like the store is where you can shop around for the marketplace for others, right? And then the actors on the left-hand side is where
where people create their build custom actors. Naturally, because of what remember a while ago, all niches are different. So you might want to have a custom one depending on the actual existing data that you have. Remember a while ago we have to identify it has to be speakable. There's certain you don't want it to be thin. So but using the public actors actually might be a good jumping point, and then you can just enrich it along the way.
And from what I looked at, I know there's a couple of comments that say, like, what are actors? I feel like they just changed up the word bot or agent. I mean, I guess these are going to be something that you click the button and they run and perform their job and stuff. I'm not sure why they went for actor, but that could be just for, defining themselves a little bit independent from other.
Essentially, it's a scraping agent for you. So let's because we've created those pre-research, now it's just easy for us to produce a new actor for our bot. So we go to Actors tab, click Develop New, go to Browse Templates. We're always gonna have to start with an empty JavaScript project.
Okay, so empty JavaScript. So you went to Browse, and then you went from templates. And then you basically just typed in empty, and it showed you. Okay.
These are the previous actors that we created. Just I'm gonna run through one more again. So go to Develop New.
Develop New at the top.
On the corner here, there's Browse All Templates.
Got it.
Select a code template, which is generally there's a lot of different templates. But for our use case,
and you use that search.
Empty,
just to say
use
empty.
the search here, empty JavaScript.
Java. Okay. Has everybody got that? Because that's a very important part there.
So we're going to use this existing template. Use this template.
So far, no chart. No part.
Whatever pineapple juice or whatever you put in.
The juice. No. So far, no money has been used. Like you're just building these. You're not being charged anything until you do any kind of run.
Until you run it, Until you run it, you're only gonna get charged every time you run your scraper, basically.
All right.
So let me just reshare something because I feel like it's better if you can see it side by side from the bot.
Okay. Oh well, yeah, where you're pulling back and forth the output of Gemini, 2 to your Apify.
To the actor that we made, yeah.
Awesome. More copy and paste, right?
Essentially, we promise you guys are not gonna code a single line of code, but it's a lot of copying and pasting. Let me share this. All right. So here we go. And so what this is the result of there's no prompt. We just dumped the pre-research that we had, and it automatically created the specs for us that we have to produce for our actor. So you see, it's gonna say actor name. So there's 2 CSV templates. I'm gonna download this code. It's gonna download as a text file. Let's go to CD dump here, create a new folder, actor assets. So it says we have to give this a file name of ctdump, the _c.csv. I'm gonna go to that one. Just rename it. That one. Remove the .text. Your .text file is gonna automatically be a sheet.
So let me walk
CSV.
through this again because it's so small on your computer, I believe.
I'm sorry.
You made a folder on your desktop or something called Actor Assets, and you're individually downloading from your Google, right there on your Chatbot 2, all those files, right?
Right. So it gave us these files to download, which is later on we're just gonna dump on.
And the renaming is what you got to do too. So like when you download that onto your folder, onto your desktop, it's not necessarily the name that you need to use for your actor, right? So you're actually manually doing a renaming of it. Is that correct?
Right. So what this does is that it pre-populates what you need. I'm not sure if you can see it, but it pre-populates the actual fields that we're going to be needing.
And just to follow that, all right, so you see the name that you're supposed to rename it. Is that provided at the top of the document, or is that provided?
Here. So it says here, output 1B, 2 CSV templates, file ctdump _c.csv.
Okay.
We download that one. Next file, we download this one.
Okay. And so you downloaded it. You're going to save it to that folder on your local machine.
Copy
and then you're going to copy it. City dump _enrich.csv.
I'm going to delete the .text. So
and then you're going
to,
So you see when he downloaded it to his local folder, it had a bad extension. It was like .txt. So he's doing is replacing that name specifically each time. Don't do it all at once, right? You're doing it asset by asset so you don't get confused.
So what this is saying is the seed file is your input. Keep it minimal. The enrich file is your output. It goes into the directories. So we have to type map field for the directory setup. The instruction here is this is like a code. If you're ready to map the fields, we're going to phase 2 of this process. So it's saying that we have to create this. Remember the foldering structure a while ago? Now we're going to create those foldering structures.
I don't. So luckily it has it right there in front of us on the second bot.
Yeah. Right. So
this is the most tedious part of the process, guys, by the way. I would guess. I mean, when you're pulling in data, I'm going to give you guys a tool in a minute. So you're going to have unlimited sources of data. But as you get that data in, you've got to normalize the data, or they call it structuring the data. If you don't structure the data, it won't map right. I mean, fundamentally, all that we're doing here, and this seems a little complicated right now, but I promise you it's not. Yep.
Yeah, because we're not cheaping out. We're by just grabbing any kind of CSV out there. We're making our own custom data, right? Anybody can grab something, but we're making.
And that's really the quality. Somebody wrote earlier in the chat, shit in, shit out. It's absolutely true. If you've got, if your data is going in unstructured and messy, you're going to have an unstructured and messy directory. The thing is, this is crazy. This is like you always hear carpentry say, measure twice, cut once. Here you're measuring like 40 times. But once you get this done and this data is clean and it's in a spreadsheet the right way it's supposed to be, or in a database the way it's supposed to be, whether it's a CSV file or however they're teaching you to do it, once that data is clean, then Russ will show you how to build the front end this afternoon. And all you got to do then is just marry the two. And all of a sudden, the magic just happens like that. It's really crazy. It seems complicated. I promise you, it's not. It's really not nearly as complicated as it seems right now. And these guys are awesome at it. So just bear with them for a minute. I think when you see it all come together, and and you just go boom, and then all of a sudden you've got this giant website that would have taken 100 people a year to build, and you can do it in a matter of a few minutes. I think you'll really, really, really see the difference.
All right, so Julius was trying to get away with another step by there while you were talking. So I'm going to back you up a little bit, Julius.
Right.
So on the right-hand side on your Appify, you click something to get you to a different screen. Can you go back?
Yeah.
You made a folder. You named something.
I did.
and
I stopped working on it. So
Okay.
I figured I need to pause on that.
You don't get that one by on me, buddy.
To piggyback on what Perry mentioned is we're doing the work right now, but later on this is gonna run for you autonomously while you're sleeping. It's gonna scrape everything for you. But yeah, we're putting the work in now.
The whole business
so that
on
everything's
its own,
gonna be
right?
autonomous along the way after you've created this. Okay. This is the foldering structure that it made for us, right? So I'm just gonna create.
Do you guys want to break at 3, or do you want to just keep rolling through, Russ? I think we probably need to keep rolling.
I think we can roll it because he's about to finish the actor creation, and once they're there, we're gonna need a breather because this is gonna blow blow my head right here.
That's cool. And I'll give them this tool that I've got ready for them too in that break when you guys take a break.
Okay.
All right. So we're back on the Appify part. You've had at least 2 to 4 files downloaded. I can't remember from that and renamed them. So just recap on that.
Well, I haven't renamed anything yet on this Appify, but generally we just downloaded the files. We need to copy this structure back here. So
how did you get there? How did
we
you
need
get there?
to have this is under the basically under code.
You just scroll down on that new actor you made. You scroll down.
Yeah, this is the first landing page that you're going to be ending up at. This one, you just scroll down here. Perfect. So I'll go back. Let me go back. Just do it for. So going back to the actor. So when we created a new one, it automatically.
Just called it my actor or whatever.
Let's call this the City Dome Blueprint.
So all he's doing, he clicked up to the top, and he's just going to rename it for organization purposes and vanity naming.
We can name it any for this actor name, anything, any file name you want, but the rest
looks like it
has
says
to
the
be
word private. It looks like it says the word private just the right. Is that cool too?
Yeah, it's fine. This is usually when you publish it, if you want it to be on the store. Or you want it to be used by other people. So for now, it's good for private. I'm just gonna right click on the root folder here, and it's gonna show create.
Can you zoom into that screen now? I know you zoomed out just to show us the whole big layout, but a little bit better.
So,
thank you.
It says that on the source, we have to have a folder, helpers folder, right? So I'm just gonna right click under source. I'm gonna create folder.
SRC folder.
Helpers. Let's create that.
And so what that is, it's showing the hierarchy of folders, so you can see what goes in what. Does that make sense to people with the subdirectories and subfolders? You have the SRC, and in that it's going to have a helpers folder. And then under the helpers folder, it'll have 2 other files.
Right. So I'm going to right click on helpers and click create file. I'm just going to copy this.
Cool.
Another one. We're just going to populate it with the rest of the files that are needed here. Create another file, which is validate.js. These are the ones that I walked you guys through a while ago.
And the thing I was baffled about, you're just naming them right now. You're not even creating a file that goes in there. You're just, all right.
I think we need another file under source, which is transform. .js. So that would be under the source file here, which is here. We have the main check. Then we need another actor.actor. I think it's this one. So we have this already, this folder. That's this. This is existing, check. We need to have the input schema.json. Yep. So notice here, I noticed that these two are already existing, so I don't need to produce it anymore.
Okay.
For this one, I noticed that it's not yet here. So we're just going to create another file.
So you right-clicked it into
yes,
the...
right-click.
Okay.
I'm just copied and pasted this file name, created that one. So notice here, we're good with here. The package.
We're down to package.json. Oh, it's there.
All right, everything's here. Next is, all right, so next we're just gonna populate this. Remember what we told you, we're not gonna code, so we're just gonna copy the code here. This says, this goes on inside package.json. So let's just paste that here. Command A or Control A for Windows. I'm gonna Command A, Command delete and Command V, save that.
Okay, so all you did is just removed what was there and then
you don't need it. You just need to leave this, all of these what it provides.
Yeah, thank you.
So for next one, actor that JSON copy code, I press on that icon, actor.json. Let's look for that. It's this one. Just gonna delete that and then replace it with this new one. Save it. Next, scroll down. Input schema.json. Copy that. Input schema.json. Paste it. It's empty because we just recently created it. So we save it. And that's it. Create folders. It says we created that folder. Paste the 3 config files. Type ready to code when done. I think we're pretty much done. I just need to do KV store.
I'm getting a couple of questions in the chat, and I think I know the answer to it. That basically, we're having to show this manual process. You need to understand how the manual process works. A lot of this data can be cleaned up and formalized using AI tools. For those of you who know how to use ChatGPT well, or know how to use Claude well, or know how to use Gemini well, it's considerably easier to do this using AI tools to go do this mass cleanup of the data. What Julius is trying to show you now is how the manual process works. If you don't, you need to know how the manual process, I know this is a pain in the ass, but you need to understand how the manual process works so that when it's done by the agent for you or done by an AI for you, you're going to know if it's good, bad, or indifferent. You're going to be able to look at the data and tell if it's done right or not. So this process, while tedious and slow, is important to understand. It's kind of it. I'm trying to explain like I don't know how to write software, but I know how to vibe code, right? But I needed to learn enough about code to see if the code looked right or if it was performing right or not. So the manual process of watching this stuff run is really important. And we wanted to make sure that, because not everybody here is an AI user, right? So we kind of have to hit the middle of the market with 500 and change people in here. Some people are very AI savvy, some people aren't. So for those of you that are AI savvy, you can take these instructions, dump them in, and basically have an agent do 90% of this work. You don't have to necessarily know how it works, but it's really great if you do. If you're going to be in the business, it's a good idea to understand how the underbelly of it works.
Thanks, Barry. Next, we just have to save that. We just build now. Press build now, either this button or this one. Let's say it's basically just saving it. So build started, build failed. Okay, so because we need to create we need to create a folder just like this. Okay, this KV store. So let's go to settings, storage rather. So to explain storage, basically, okay, now I've scraped your data. Now where should I put it? What sheet should I put it in, or where should I put it? So basically, actors can scrape all they want, but sometimes you want the scrape data on a specific file. So you create a storage for it. So
and
we
where
go
did you
to
find that? Just
storage.
at the bottom left? Awesome.
On this left navigation, you create a storage. Let's go under this main navigation here, go to key value stores. So basically what this is just you're creating, you're telling your actor, hey, save the file on this specific sheet because this is where you want it to be. So create new. So remember, key value store, it already provided it for us. We just need to copy that. Okay. Key value store name, let's call it city dump data.
City dump data.
And then save it. Storage created. Remember the files you saved a while ago? We're just going to dump it here.
So our local files on our computer, we're going to select those, I believe, 2 CSVs, and we're going to upload it to storage. Is that correct?
Yep.
All right.
Ready. Okay. Then we're just going to ask, let's upload. So the reason for that is that the scraper needs to know what fields you want to you propagate basically. So it's gonna get data from the seed, which is we're seeding the actor, and then this is the output enriched file. So later on, you'll notice that the file size would be different because we can download it later. So now that we have that, let's go back to the actor that we have a while ago. What did we go on? Bigfoot Blueprint. Let's test it now. Check. Okay. Let's see it up. See input KV key. Input KV key.
So you just clicked build actor. Was that something that we skipped? We needed to consolidate all those files and input to a building of the actor to use?
Build is just essentially just saving it. Runs is the one where it's gonna start scraping. Yeah, it's essentially just building out.
Yeah. So you have to have that storage in place before you click the build. And I think what would be helpful for each of these steps, we might have another little doc that like, hey, here's the run through of the sequential order. That's easily made from the knowledge base.
I made this.
Now, this typically happened a few times when we were doing this, in the previous examples and demos, where it would build and fail. And I believe you had your handy dandy like ChatGPT or Claude or something right beside you to say like, hey, can you figure out why I'm running into an error?
You know what? It's now is a good time to show that because if they might experience it along the way.
Yeah.
So you just provide the log here, copy log.
There it is.
And then here's the log.
And you're just putting this in in the same
document. Because this bot knows what you're supposed to do. It's just saying, this is the diagnosis. We probably forgot to open your actor JSON file. Here, it's just gonna tell us what we did wrong, basically.
Yeah, so you just got to go look back at your source files, I guess, and see your.
Go back to code.
Code.
Go back to code. Actor.json. We probably. There's a file.
Hey guys, let's take a minute of break, if you don't mind. Okay. And I want to share a tool with you guys. I'm going to give those guys a break, but I'm not going to give you guys a break. I'm going to share a tool with you real quick and show you how it works, and then we'll come right back to these guys. Okay. All right. Let me pull up here. Start your video. Okay. How my video was started. Can you see me? Yeah. Let me give you guys something that I've been working on for a while. Let me see. Where did that go? Are we here? There we are. Hold on one second, guys. Sorry. There we go. So,
I hope it's what I'm thinking it is. Yeah.
Are you guys with me?
There you go.
Looks great, Barry.
Harry Gillen looks more like Wilford Brimley every day. It's just crazy. What's up, Harry? So this is a really awesome tool. I've already ran this, so you don't have to, but I'm giving you guys this tool. Let me copy the link. This is probably one of the most valuable tools in the set. Let me drop this in the chat and you can reshare this later. So what this does, you can go in here and tell it anything you want to tell it, like I'm starting a directory of city dumps and city landfills, and I need all the information that I can find on a federal, state, and local level for each of these. My objective is to sell leads to junk hauling businesses, but I need this to rank really highly as the most authoritative site in the world on city dumps and city landfills. So I'm going to click there and it's going to go out and start thinking. And it takes it about 5 minutes or so to think. But here's what you come back with. I want you to see this. So it gives you a snapshot of all the data sources. We've got 3 levels. We got free data, cheap data, and premium data. Here are the fields that you're going to want to scrape. It's going to tell you exactly what you want. And then it's going to show you, like, and this is true in a lot of cases, the EPA keeps a list of every landfill in America with all the data on it, the operators, the maps, the locations, all that information. The Echo data downloads are here. There's a bunch of EPA data. And then you've got state level, California, Texas, Florida, New York, Mass, all the different states here. And you can ask it. It won't show you every state by default, but if you tell it to go find you the states by default, it will. And then it's giving you a red light, green light. It's telling you how good the data is probably going to be and how hard it's going to be to sort. So green light data and red light data is going to be really easy to clean up, right? And then you've got free sources here, and there's a ton. There's just a massive amount. And then you got cheap sources. So you can use a tool called Outscraper. I don't know if you guys talked about Outscraper or not yet, but you can Outscraper Google Maps. So it'll pull everything off Google Maps for you, and it's really inexpensive. So it's about $3 per 1,000 records. So if you've got 10,000 city dumps, it's going to cost you $30 to get all 10,000 of them. I use Outscraper a lot. Appify, which we were just talking about a few minutes ago. And then there's things like Bright Data. There's a free trial. These are a little higher, a little more expensive. This requires a contract. You probably want to stay away from that. So it's warning you off that data. And then as you go through, you've got premium services down here. If you really want to just ball up and pay the big money and get the very best data, the secret to all this, and then it recommends a stack for you, a cheap stack and a premium stack, and gaps to watch out for. So it's really, really good. What we try to do in most cases is use mostly free data and a little bit of cheap paid data. And you'll have a very robust piece. If you go free data alone, you might get hit with a Google thin penalty that you're not really telling people anything they can't find automatically on their own is thin. So I think this is going to be a real useful tool for you. And on the break, if you guys want to go fool around with this and see what kind of data is available in your genre, this is not a fancy prompt. You can say it however you want, but I'll give you this prompt because I know you guys will want it. And there we go. Is that going to everybody? Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, and you guys are going to be able to rewatch all of this and go slowly through it. And if you run into snags, I promise you, these guys are going to be here to help you with those snags. we're not going to abandon and leave anybody. If we have to do extra days to make sure you guys all get squared up on the technical bill, we're going to do it. We may go later tonight. I don't know how long what the guys' restrictions are for tonight, but we may go longer tonight just to make sure that everybody's served. I knew this was going to be probably the more challenging piece of this workshop because it does require a good deal of planning and work to get this thing up. But gosh, the magic and the sense of accomplishment that you feel when you hit the magic button and it all comes together is just an awesome feeling. It's just a really, really awesome feeling. And you'll know you've built something that's going to last for years and years to be a big asset for you. So it's worth the juice is worth the squeeze is what I'm trying to do.
It's gonna be evergreen. You can continue to use it, and I mean, you come back to it, and it's very cheap and probably the best source of getting that data.
Now, let me show you something real quick about this tool that I just gave you. I've got this on the thinking model. If I took it to extended or pro or heavy, it would give me even more. If you do the light model, it's going to give you a pretty light pass. So I'd like to use standard. Standard or extended are really good here, but standard does a pretty good job. You can see this is a pretty robust list. And if I wanted to say, you know, I need all the states in the South, you didn't give me anything in the Southeast. Give me all the Southeast states. And since it didn't give me those, it gave me some of the bigger states first. Now it's going to think and it's going to give me all the Southeast states. And I can even go down to say, give me cities if I want to go that deep. But this thing's really good at ferreting out all this information. So I can see it now. It's working up Alabama. Yeah, there's Alabama, Arkansas, Louisiana. And here's all the different data sources. So I know y'all are worried a little bit about acquiring data or the cost of data. So much of the data is free. It's just, the thing is, the data is free, but it's unusable. And then if you want to, there's some cases where you can just go pick 3 or 4 data sources, like, hey, give me the RSS feeds to all the websites that post entertainment news in Austin, Texas, or live music in Austin, Texas. And you don't even necessarily have to scrape data. You can build off of AI agents that go out and read the news and read the newspapers and read Google Alerts and bring that data into you and structure it. So it's not that complicated. I mean, we've kind of picked a complicated topic to show you. And Julius, one of the beauties of Julius is he's incredibly meticulous, and to the point that it makes you crazy sometimes. It makes me crazy sometimes. But when he's done with something, it's extremely well done. You can see from looking at like the directory on homesteading.com of the farmers markets. It's extraordinarily well done. But if you don't plan well and you don't get the data in right, you're going to get back crap. So I hope this is a helpful thing. Do you guys need a break to go take a tinkle or anything? Russell and Julius?
I'm good either way. Yeah. Russ?
I think he was saying he got the actor ready just to see it run, because that's a thing that you can go let it run while you go take a tinkle. Like, seriously.
All right. Well, I'll turn it back over to you guys, but I just wanted you to have that.
Love it. Thank you. I love that resource because there should be more places. I was going to share my screen really quick. There's another one that I use. It's called rapidapi.com. And I just kind of clicked into movies. I don't know if you can see my screen right there, but like when I look at it, you can pull like Rotten Tomatoes, which is a directory, right? You can pull an IMDb directory. And these are like individual APIs. But when you get into this, like you could, just start basically scraping their data or getting all that information. Some of these things cost individual, but I know a lot of people are about that government. Well, let me see. I want to see all the government, jobs that you could get and then bid for or whatnot, contracts wise. So there's a lot of these things. So I'll post this link in here because it's something I go back to over and over because it's just got everything that you could think of, especially with all the niches you're in.
And for you guys that are into GitHub, public APIs. This is a really crazy list. I'm going to drop this in the chat too. This is a list, one of the most comprehensive lists of public APIs in the world is on this GitHub, and it's totally free for you.
Well, Julius, are you at a spot where you can go ahead and show a running actor, and then we'll go take a whiz and a drink of water
Just a quick
while
one.
it runs? Because I was expecting it to run when he showed it to me, and it was like, oh, we got to wait for it to scrape the data, and there's a limit on it. So definitely explain that a little bit, how you click run and what to expect timing.
I want to go back a bit on the storage one. I forgot to explain a while ago. In the storage, you need to get the ID for this one. So that's the error a while ago. I was fixing it. Basically, you need to identify where to save the data from the actor. So we need to get the ID.
And so you just grabbed underneath
going back
the naming
to, so I go back to
storage.
Go to the file that we've updated, that we have uploaded a while ago. I go to this one. And then I click on this edit, the pencil button beside the name. The ID would show up here. So I just copy that ID from there. Essentially, this is the same ID that you have, the file, the dataset ID here. You can just also copy that. And then I go back to the actors that we have a while ago, which is this one. In the input, so a while ago we were working under the code tab, remember? So if I go to input here, the key value store ID, I have to put it here. And then you have to everybody has OpenAI API key. If you don't have, you can get it from Anthropic or Russ. Do you want to walk them through this section here?
Okay, so you just did, you went to input and then you put the key, and then so for it to require like kind of the scraping mechanisms, we do have to require, we have to provide it a AI API key, and OpenAI is something okay? Is that right?
I'm sorry.
And we can use OpenAI.
Yeah, you can use OpenAI key for this one.
So I'm just going to put this link here just in case you're not used to grabbing these. All right, so the link right here is going to take you to your OpenAI API, and that way you can create a an API key. I'm gonna take over screen share really quick just to show this process, and I'm gonna delete this thing so nobody steals it. So I'm gonna share screen here. I went to that link that I just put in here. It's called openai.com/API keys. Make sure you sign in. To use this though, you need to make sure that you put at least $10 in your wallet there in the billing part. So now we can go over, because it does require a little bit of usage. So now we can go create a new key, and I'll just do this as live city dump, and I'll just put this right there under my project, and I'll create the secret key, and I'll copy it, and I'm going to pass this on over to Julius. He'll have that right there. Let me know when you have that in place and saved, and then I'll switch screenshots so we don't reveal anything and charge Perry a whole bunch of money by accident. All right, so you just let me know if you'll go ahead and paste that in. I just slacked it over to you for reference.
Got it. I got it.
All right, so everybody understand that? Let me see in the chat if you've grabbed your own API key before. Each one is a little different. ChatGPT OpenAI is one of the easiest ones to grab. And it's important too, because you can label them by what you're gonna use, and you can find out if they've been used or not. So I'm gonna go ahead and click done. Never done it, but it looks pretty easy. Yeah, this is the easy part, right? Copy that, paste it on in. And then, yeah, I just don't want to reveal that. That's something you don't want to share because somebody can run up a bill on you. So it has read and write access. All right, I'm going to click done for that, Julius, and I'm going to stop sharing. And I think you should be at a point where you're saving that key into that field, and then we can click let it run. Because I think in 3 minutes, my bladder's going to burst. So let's run that thing.
All right, for the purpose of naturally, I I didn't share it, but I've put
Let's go
in
back to
the
input.
code. So go
Yeah,
back
because
to
it'll
input.
truncate it. I think it won't
So
show it. Will
this
it?
is
Okay.
the code that Russell provided.
Yeah.
I also have an existing Google Cloud API key. So let's run this one, save
So
and
start.
start.
And so just right at the
Loads
bottom, you hit the
included.
green button to save and start, and it's going to be running and pulling. And you don't, I mean, we kind of briefly went over all the fields that it was going to be pulling and stuff. But this part, is this part of the enhanced data when it's going out and it's using ChatGPT to kind of write the rest of the story?
Right. Yes. Yes. So
Like
remember the
Barbie
fields that
style,
we
it's gonna...
yeah. Let's see, check for the actors if it's I think
So
it's
all of those individual fields, I think there might have been 20 different fields, maybe even more, that it's populating all the content that we needed. And question on guardrails, it really does pertain to how you defined the initial prompt, like what you're doing. I believe the only guardrails we had in place were America, national, city dumps. We didn't try to go outside of that because that could really, really blow up our entries, right? And maybe does that look all right? It looks like it succeeded.
So I dumped the copy here, the log file here in our bot so it's gonna explain what it is to you. It looks like your build issue is completely resolved. So it's just gonna run on its own. Let's see. So notice how here the bot has an instruction ready to code. Move on to the selection screen, complete. The goal of this bot is to walk you through the step-by-step process. I've a while ago, you guys have been asking, can I get a step-by-step guide? I'll provide you guys a separate PDF or the doc sheet walkthrough for this one. But essentially, this bot can also be your guide along the way.
All right. Hey, can we go ahead and get that running? I'm going to go off and...
I think it's already running. Hold on.
You got running? We're good?
Yeah, here. It's actually running. Yeah.
Yeah, once it takes off, it takes off. And like in Appify, one of the things that's really interesting in Appify, there are certain Appify actors that are per record. There are certain ones that are like, I've got one that scrapes YouTube channels, and it scrapes all the YouTube channels I want for $15 a month. Just all you can eat. I mean, it depends on you need to watch out those Appify actors of what they charge, because you can get overcharged if you're not careful. Always look at the pricing on the Appify actors. It's really important. But don't worry about having, here's the thing, like city dump, right? That's a very low competition term because nobody's really trying to compete for it. Nobody cares, right? This is a perfect thing for me. It's a low competition term with high lead value. But if I only pull 500 dumps into that, only 500, when I know there are thousands, if I only pull 500 of them in there and build out with 500, I'm going to be the most authoritative site in the world on city dumps in 90 days. And then I can add more, or I can actually open it up for the dumps themselves to register. People can send in suggestions. We can scrape out of Google Tools or Google Maps for a penny a record or something like that. It's not very hard to do, guys. This is all going to come to you. Like, this was really hard for me. I was trying to figure out how all this was going to work because I had somebody that years ago he did homes.com and then sold it to apartments.com. But he built all this stuff manually, and he had a team of like 70 people that did it. And it was super, super complicated, but he made millions and millions of dollars. The point is, you can do all this stuff now with agents. And while this might seem a little complicated, it's nothing compared to what it used to be. And I think that Russell's really great. Julius is great at teaching you foundation. Russell's really good at teaching you shortcuts. So I think Russell will be able in his section to show you how to shortcut a lot of this process. But you needed to really learn the basics of it.
No, I was going to show you, like it gave us some easy beginner, like CSVs to use. I'm just going to share this really quick. This is what we can use, but we're training an actor. Like, this is what we downloaded from the EPA website. It has all of them there, but look, this is thin as hell content, right? We need some stuff written about it. So I just kind of leave you with this. Like, we could use this, but that's not going to be your best foot forward, right? Shit content, you know, whatever. So, or thin content, I mean. So let me stop sharing and we can run off. All right, I think I have that timer ready. Is that cool to start this, Angie? Did Perry say 20 minutes?
Go ahead. Yeah, do 20 minutes, and I'll show them something during the 20 minutes for the ones that want to stick around. For a few minutes anyway, of the 20 minutes, I'll teach them something. I want you guys to see, just real quickly, did I lose anybody? Did I lose them?
We're still here, but Russell had to run to the toilet.
Okay, I understand. All right. Let me see if I can get to where you can see my slides. I just want to show you how quite simple this is. So, did everybody get this link, this GitHub link? Bio break. There you go. But look at this. Nobody paid. I don't think a lot of people paid attention to scan down this. I'm building right now over in Replit. I'm building you guys a searchable directory of these. But I want you to see these are the indexes of types of APIs, right? And when you start going down here, this is just animals, daily cat facts, pictures of cats from Tumblr, random dog facts, random facts for dogs for every HTTPS response in your status, placeholder bear pictures, placeholder dog pictures. These are all this placeholder kitten pictures. These are all just APIs that are public to you. This is just animals, anime. This is drawings, cartoons, anti-malware APIs that keep up with all the phishing and the malware. So if you want to have a directory of malware so people could find out what kind of bug is on their site, art, color schema generators, that could be a great thing to drop into anything that you have to do with art. European museum gallery content. These are, I've been on this one before. It just shows you tons of high resolution photos of classic art. Met Museum of Art, Metropolitan Museum of Art puts every image they have up for free on an API. Authorization, authentication, that's more for software, blockchain. I don't know anything about books. Like these are all the books basically ever written in the world reviewed in here. Open library, books, book covers, related data, tons of stuff about books. Business, charity searches. If you want to pull up all the charities in the country, this API is free to you. So all these things, I'm not going to go through all this. It's going to take forever, but look at the size. I just want to scroll here for a second. And I want you guys to see the size of this list. This is just data feeds and cryptocurrency. Look at that. So if you guys are doing anything that has to do with cryptocurrency, look at this thing. It's nuts. The data feeds, currency exchanges, exactly how to exchange currency and know where the currencies are moving one against another. Data validation, development. Let me see. Yeah, I got an idea while I was here about building a directory of APIs. So I'm building one right now on the side while we're doing this. While we're on this call, I'm building an API directory. Dictionaries. This is like Wikipedia. Documents, Airtable documents, PDF documents, ClickUp documents. So it just goes and goes and goes. But look at this thing. It just keeps going on forever and ever and ever. And all this data is very useful to people. But guess what? Just like 5 minutes ago, you didn't know this data existed. You didn't know it. You didn't know this data existed and was available to you. But when you click on it and you go here like, here's a whole development thing. All the APIs, some of these are free, some of them are paid. Most of them have a free level, right? But it'll tell you if they're free or they're paid. But man, this is absolutely gold. And all you have to do is pick these things, make them usable, make them searchable, make them discoverable and useful to people, and you've got yourself a directory. So if you want ideas, here's about 10 to 20,000 additional ideas beyond the ones that I gave you in my list. Look, this thing is, I'm just scrolling. So a weather API, you can get all the weather in any city and drop it in wherever you're at. So if you're talking about walkability scores and you're trying to figure out how often it rains, you've got a weather API for every city in the world. So I just want you guys to understand that the data accessibility is not going to be a challenge for you. All we're doing here is taking, this is a simple business, really. We're taking a series of free and maybe sometimes paid cheap data and putting it together. You could have a directory of fireworks laws in every state, so people would really understand that we're in pyrotechnics, how to deal with that. Harry, I know you're been in that business before. Or you could have a directory of how do you think a city or a county finds who they're going to use to do their pyrotechnic shows every year? They don't have any damn idea. They need a vetted source for that. So Harry, I just know Harry's been in the fireworks business and been in the pyrotechnics business for a long time. I don't think you do that anymore, but I don't know, maybe you do. But and I'll answer these couple of questions real quick if I can. If I can answer them. If they're highly technical, you have to wait for these guys to come back. But Harry doesn't remind you of Dan Kennedy. Harry is Dan Kennedy's dad. I don't know if anybody knew that or not. What you got, Harry? What's on your mind?
I've been working with Nuno on and off with some AI. So Nuno's holding me by the hand and getting me into Claude, and I'm getting effective at it. I have an existing. Here's the scenario, and then I'm going to share the scenario because I think maybe you and Russell could transfer what Nuno taught me how to do into what you're teaching now, and you might be able to obliterate all of the problems that people are obviously all of us are going to have in learning this process and the roadblocks you're going to have. So here's what I'm doing, and here's my question and maybe a suggestion. I'm building a bridge between instantly and high level. So I'm automating the process of moving the instantly replies over into high level. Simply put, I'm doing it with
useful tool.
I'm doing it with ChatGPT in conversational mode, and ChatGPT is using those platforms plus Claude to create the bridge. Put simply, now I don't know shit about Claude, and I'm not a coder. I'm like you and I are marketers. So what I've learned to do, thank you, Jesus, Mr. Fast Talking Nuno, is to tell Chat to use the conversational mode of Chat to guide me through the creation of the whole process. And so I don't have to learn anything.
No.
And I believe, based on what you're showing me here, you guys, I believe that a front end prompt, a pretty easy one, that any of us could use, perhaps in ChatGPT, maybe in Gemini, I just don't use Gemini yet, could set the stage so that that Chat in conversational mode, which is what it's doing for me, literally takes me by the hand and tells me what to do next.
Yeah, absolutely.
Based on the front end load, that I give it. And I can give it as vague, as you know how this works. I can give it as vague an amount of information as I have, or I can give it a full-blown PRD or whatever. But I believe all of us could move through this with more efficiency and swifter if we could simply let an AI walk us through it. Because none of us are going to learn it this way. We're going to have to learn it by doing it.
I know, but I think
conversation.
I agree with you. I just think that people need to see the inner guts of what's going on in the background so they understand it.
Well, I do too, and I think
we'll
you're creating the context for that now.
Yeah, we are.
And we learn the techniques because ChatGPT teaches us how to do it.
Yeah, it's just like
here.
If you go to a computer science school downtown at University of Texas right now, they're going to teach you HTML. Right, they're going to teach any student HTML. They're going to teach them Java code. They're going to teach them Perl. They're going to teach them whatever. They got to learn the foundations, though, right? They got to learn the foundations, and then they'll know. It makes you a more intelligent prompter, if that makes sense. And you'll know prompt was, you'll know if you don't know how it works, how are you going to know if the prompt hallucinated or got it wrong?
That's a great question. That's a good example.
Yeah.
So when I get those points, I say to chat, okay, I see that you want me to paste this block of code or prompt over into Claude. What is that going to do, and how does that work? And it stops and it tells me. So I get the answers in real time at my speed. And I'm just thinking, if there's a way what I would like to do is do that here.
Most people are trying to talk to. Yeah, you could be on right now, asking clarifying questions of your Claude agent while you're listening to this, if you wanted to, if that's where you're at. I just don't have like you said, you've been working with Nuno on Claude, you're getting pretty good at it. There's a lot of people on here that don't know what Claude is. So we have to.
But I'm not getting smart because Nuno's taught me. I'm getting smart because I ask chat,
I understand.
what is this and how do I do it?
I understand.
So it teaches me I've told it, tell me click by click, link by link, click by click what to do, paint by numbers. So it slows down and teaches me. And that's how I'm learning it. But I'm learning it at my speed.
Well, now you'll know
you can apply that here, and you could get more people through there. That's all.
You'll at least know the right questions to ask, because really the bot that I built you guys those two bots I sent you and the one bot Julie sent you. If you're stuck anywhere, you can ask those bots what to do next. It's quite simple, right?
That was my question.
Yeah, you absolutely can. Right. They're already loaded for bear. They're trained up. They're well trained to answer any of those questions for you. And maybe we shouldn't have done this part. Maybe we shouldn't have. But I think
you're on the right track. I think what you could do, right, though, I mean, maybe at the beginning of the next phase of this thing in an hour, half an hour, whatever, is give an example of exactly what you just showed me. This is how anybody might get stuck. Here's how you can get unstuck.
Yeah.
Because that's what's going to happen to people. And you want as many people going through this as possible.
100%. 100%.
So I think if you just demonstrate that to people, I find over on my side, when I'm teaching the people that I work with, they don't know that the AI will give them all the answers to everything.
100%. They got to learn to ask. They got to learn to ask it questions instead of making statements toward it. It's better to ask. Right. So let's get to that. I think you'll see a lot of that from Russ coming up.
Good.
Russ is like me. We're not as smart as Julius, so we have to ask the AI how to do things. Because I'm just joking. Ron,
I have to every day.
Exactly. Ron, what you got, real quick? Can I answer something for you, or is it somebody else?
Well, first of all, thanks, Perry, and thanks to Russell, because it's a question for Russell, maybe. And if you want to, Perry, you can chime in as well. My question was originally Russell on the chat. We were talking about developing this either in WordPress, like you guys suggested, or in Replit. And thanks to Russell from AI Bot, the conference in January, I've been on Replit. So I'm thinking, okay, I'm going to build this inside Replit. You're saying you're using both, but where is it that you find that you get to a level of scalability that you need to now move that platform off of Replit because of cost and move it into Claude and have Claude redesign it and upload it someplace else, so you're not getting charged through the rear end from Replit?
The answer for you right there. When it's up there in scale, it's you're limited, I think, at 100 gigabyte. What is that? Database. And that's when you need to move it to a vector database, and you just connect that. Same with if somebody's on Lovable, you remove their Supabase and connect it to what was it, Perry, a Pinecone vector database. I mean, those are like enterprise level, fast, immediate type of thing. And then you're going to increase your speed without dulling it down. And we talked about interchanging database like that. So yeah. But you're getting ahead of us. Don't let us. We're just making the actors to be able to scrape the best data ever. And a lot of this, I was like, man, Perry, like we have to learn something else to create something to get these things. And he's like, this is how the best people in the industry will get the best data. And that's ultimately why I wanted to really work with Perry, because he has so much big data to play in. It was a lot of data. So I mean, that's one of the perks of being a nerd and developer, is like getting to just swim in this data.
Perry's big D.
I appreciate it. Thanks, Perry.
It's all about Perry's big D, being data, of course. All right. Hey, I want to show you guys something real quick, just for what it's worth. And I don't know how well this is done right now, but I'm guessing it's pretty good. Hold on one second. I just built this. Now, let me show you how easy this was on a very, very, very simple level. In the last 10 minutes, I went to Replit with that list of all the public APIs. That's a data source. That's a free data source with an MIT license, right? So it's free. But it's hard to use, right? It's just a big long list and it's not very much fun. I went in and did this. This doesn't have a domain yet.
Was this on your screen we need to watch? Oh, you got it. Cool.
But somebody click that bad Johnson right there. And this is how simply you can get started. Okay. You're learning a PhD lesson in this stuff. You don't have to start at a PhD level. But if I just told you, hey, go hit a button in Replit and do this, you guys would feel cheated. You'd feel like you hadn't got your value for your money because you wouldn't have got the value for the money. You're learning how to build big honking directories. But this directory right here, let me pull it up real quick and you can see it.
This was my question I posed to you is like, how do you feel people feel like they had any input on it? And you're like, it's the Betty Crocker egg. You got to add the egg so they feel like they did something.
So this right here, there's 33 APIs in health. I just built this literally. Let me show you what I did. I'll just for what it's worth. Over here, I wrote this prompt. Well, shoot. Does it show you the prompt, Russell? The original prompt that I wrote?
It'll be at the very, very top. Show previous message. If you click that a couple times.
So look at how difficult this was. This is really hard. You guys might not be able to pull it off. All right. I wrote, I want to build a friendly, public, searchable, public API directory from this. That was it. That's everything that I did. And now I've got public APIs. So if I made this publicapis.org, I'd have a searchable directory. Look at this. Yeah, it shows you the other list. Nobody really gave a crap, right? But now when you go here and it's all searchable, it's scrollable, you can break it in categories. Look at this. This was all done. And I'll bet you if I go down here, it worked for 17 minutes. Oh, yeah, there it is. This work cost $4.10. Now we can go back to how we do it the harder way for the bigger stuff. You're not going to be able to do giant things this way. You're not. But boy, howdy, what a great way to do this. What a super great way to do this. And I'll mature that up. I'm going to make this a directory. I'm going to put it up online. And I'll get people. Who am I going to get that are going to this? Developers. I'm going to get people that need API for AI development. High value people that will find this very useful. Because you guys are 200 times more likely to use this than you are just that list from GitHub. I made it digestible. That's really it. You guys get it now? So any one of these in the world, if you want to make a directory of museum art and pull in all the museum art APIs and have a directory of museum art for people to go get, print, use, whatever, you could easily do it. And that would be a very useful directory for people. You just got to figure out how to make money from them. But, now I could probably go over here right now. Watch this. I'm going to interrupt you guys for just a second. So I just want to play for a second. Because people are getting far too serious and jacked up in their head. So if I go over here that's the data scout. Let me go back over to the other one. Give me just one second. Directory mentor. And if I go here and say, I just built this directory of public APIs that I'm going to put up on publicapis.org. And if somebody goes and buys that right now, I'm going to beat you with a wet noodle. I think this is a really useful directory, but I don't know how to make money from it. What would be my best monetization tactics to make money from this property once it's completed? I've still got a little bit of work on it to make it better. And it's reading right now, and it's going to tell me exactly how to monetize this directory. You watch and see. Look at this. The monetization path is not ads first. For the public API directory, strongest money is likely in API vendors who want developer attention, plus a few developers focused on affiliates and lead generation projects. So basically, we're going to invite other API providers to add their premium APIs in here as advertisers and sponsors. Category sponsors, $100 to $300 a month. A featured API is $49 to $99. A newsletter sponsor, get it? That business just got built in 10 minutes. The whole business with a monetization path, right? What would you estimate first year revenues to be for this particular directory if I follow your instructions? $5,000 to $30,000 year one, right? Now, mind you, this is a directory I built in 4 minutes. If I want to press it, okay, sorry. So upper level case is 40 to 100,000. Forecast, would you like me to forecast the first for you? I don't think this is enough to make me want to do this project. I want you to think harder and come up with more creative ways for me to monetize the data, period. Give me the best you got. Period. This seems basic. I want top 1% thinking. You're right. My first version was basic. So now, the real thing is the API graph. Endpoints, having all the information publicly available to cut and paste the API in as soon as they hit it. Agencies will pay $200 to $499 a month for this. API change intelligence. So I don't even know what most of this crap means. It doesn't matter. I don't have to. You can have an API router. You can have the ability to combine APIs to create a particular event like you guys would want. What APIs should I combine to make the best? An API broker marketplace light. Right? Look at all the different ways it gave me to make money from this thing I just made in the last 5 minutes. And we can white label it if we want. Sell white labels to it like High Level does. Look at this thing. It just keeps going. I mean, you got to keep your eyes on the prize, guys. This is like, there's the top 5 best I've got monetization bets. API trust score. Boy, that's good. Giving each API a trust score. Really smart idea. Public API data API. API change feed. As soon as APIs change, it lets you know. So now we're looking more like 90 grand on the low side and up, right? Credible target now becomes between $50,000 and $100,000. So the tools that you have are incredibly effective. They're very effective. How do you trust the scores? You've got to come up with an algorithm for them to score those APIs by. And it could be public comments, how many stars it's got on GitHub, things like that. You'll figure that out. And if you're trying to figure that out, like if you don't know, here's how you would do it. Harry Gillum. How do you create trust scores? So somebody just asked me that in the chat, but really you should be asking the AI. So look at this. It's giving you an algorithm. Availability and uptime is 20% of the score. Documentation quality is 15% of the score. All this is freaking done for you if you'll just ask. Does that clear anybody up a little bit? Has anybody got more clarity from that? That's how simple this can be. You can go as complex and deep as you want and as big as you want. But this is, that little directory might make me 100 grand this year. It's not gonna make me rich, but it might make me 100 grand. Every 100 grand helps, by the way. Just saying, every 100 grand helps. I could afford it. 4 or 5 of these, I could afford another ex-wife. You never know. All right. I'm gonna give it back to the guys who know what they're doing. But I just want to clarify for you guys: don't get in your head. You're gonna get in your head and start thinking about all the 27 ways you can't do this, and it's just not true. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the guys now.
Thanks, Perry. Okay, Russ.
I think I guess, do you have an output of like CSV stuff that we can? Yep. Let's go ahead and put something in to or at least show the directorist, but WordPress. I call it like you made the Bigfoot Blueprint WordPress theme basically that I believe you're just gonna just hand out to people, right?
Right. It's also inside the asset doc.
Asset doc, yeah. So I'll make sure to share that again. I'll go ahead and put that back in there. So what you see there is a Director's Pro. You don't actually have to download that thing, I don't think, and you don't have to download the all-in-one right immediately because you have the clone. The clone starter kit. Okay, yeah. So there's a few things that you'll be putting in. So one of the first things I want to just make sure is, like I just said, we were going to give you a WordPress install for this so we can hand it out. And I believe Trisha's starting to drop links down here. Trisha, will you pull the intake form? So a lot of people are on our Springboard already. And we want to make sure to give you they normally charge, I think, $15 or something a month for Ignite for WordPress each month. So let's go ahead and put that intake form in there to go ahead and allow people to request a free WordPress with their Springboard. Also, if you're not in Ignite and don't have Springboard, we have a trial offer for 30 days where you can go ahead and get a Springboard account. And then through today and tomorrow, you'll be able to still add your name to this intake form to make sure that you get your free WordPress site on there. Does that make sense? Yeah. So if you don't have Springboard, you can go ahead and request it with that link Trisha's going to drop for the free trial there. I gave that to you just a while ago. Trisha, are you in the process of drop?
Yes, we have that.
Drop. And then we'll put that in the comments. We'll continue that going. I'll add that to a document. And what if you already have GHL but not Springboard? You can have a Springboard sub account with us, but we're not able to give you WordPress on your own server or GHL agency. Does that make sense? So I think I've clearly outlined, if you don't have Springboard yet, we have a link for you to do a $1 trial for 30 days. And then if you do have Springboard, we have a form for you to go ahead and request to be added. All right. I see a couple questions coming in there. I ducked out. Let's see here if I can answer that while Julius is getting ready. So outside of Springboard, we can, so we'll actually provide you with the theme. Actually, it's already there to bring that in. to your website, the all-in-one plugin, and then the clone. That's basically the JSON file that you can bring in, and it'll have the template ready to go. So if you're using GHL for WordPress hosting, yeah, so that's what we were just showing you at the beginning. Is it's so freaking fast. It is super duper secure. They have reversioning. It's a really, really powerful tool, and that's where I was like, oh yeah, I love this Springboard Go High Level agency. So is there any questions? I'm not seeing. I didn't see the drop yet. Oh, there it is. Okay, so Trisha just put it in. I'm going to repeat this there. So there's 2 links there, guys. You see the Springboard WordPress request form. That's for people for Ignite. And then the one down here is a Springboard free trial. That's where you'll go ahead and request a 30-day trial, and you'll get your WordPress in there. Okay? Any questions outside of that? Okay,
Yeah, Russ,
submit
I
the
got a
form. Yes, so give us until tomorrow to go ahead and get your WordPress in there because we're going to do it manually. The Springboard in GHL agency? Yes. Is the theme only available for Springboard? No, again, the theme is right there on Julius's. I'm going to share the screen. So let me go over this again. This is a plugin that we used in WordPress that you can put in. You can add that to your current WordPress site. And this is the all-in-one plugin. You're going to want to add this here because this is our template. And you're going to use this plugin to import it. If this plugin gives you any issues, we have a backup that we can use. But this is what I'm kind of driving at you. So if you already have a WordPress site or brand new one ready to install, you can go and hit the ground running with this information right here. Okay, let me go back to any questions. Were there? Yes. Oh yeah, we got Cornet here. That's cool. So Springboard, yes. Can you share the link for those? Okay, I'm going to share that link again with Kathy. I refuse to use WordPress again. Okay, this is cool because next, after we show you the WordPress demo, we do have alternatives. If you're like, wait, I don't want to do WordPress, it's been the bane of my existence for a few years or something. Don't worry, we have something else that we're going to share with you. It's a ton of freebies coming up, but I just wanted to show you this because Julius makes beautiful websites, and he found that with WordPress, he was able to again, his team and him knocked out out of the park some of these websites, and then that's what you're getting with these WordPress clones. Is it's going to have his team's designs in there already that you can use to start, not from scratch. Okay. What does Springboard cost per month? After that, it will, after 30 days, it will jump up to $97. But yeah, if you're in Ignite, that's not going to be an issue. Let's see. Directory asset pack, plugin listing X with some of those weren't full questions. Which is better, building on WordPress or Replit? Okay, so we've used WordPress for a long time. It's one of the best things for SEO. If you've used Yoast SEO, Rank Math, or other plugins, it has built-in items, especially with Directorist, that will be schema ready. Julius has already told you that it's going to be speakable text ready. So it's kind of up to you. We have Replit versions that you can go out and use. But if you haven't built that feature in yourself, then it doesn't have it already. Whereas in WordPress, you can just use a plugin. I'm still confused. I don't know which. I don't want to switch to Springboard. I have my own GHL account. So what you can do, Tressa, is go ahead and purchase WordPress on your existing GHL account, and then you can import this Directorist and this all-in-one plugin in our Bigfoot Blueprint WordPress clone. So that should allow you to do that with your own agency. You don't have to switch to Springboard. You can just, pay for WordPress on your own agency. All right. Let's see. And what is the bigger directories? That's not directories plugin. We'll show you after this. And is there any other WordPress? Again, yeah, Sunny, we have an alternative for you after this. We're not going to get into Replit or Lovable, which is better. All right. It looks like.
All right. Yeah.
Thank you.
Just continue yourself. Okay.
If you have any more questions, and we're going to post those links, Julius, take it over, man.
Yeah. All right. So a while ago, a lot of you guys are asking. So okay. So do you have a guide? And then there was a very good input. Actually, even us, we actually hit a roadblock along the way. I just want to show you guys a while I was debugging it a while ago. You can just actually send a screenshot if you like. If you hit the roadblock along the way, you can send using the same bot. Send a screenshot. It would know. What to put, what actually labels and to input. It would do, just use it as a guide along the way and debug along the way, dump the log, just have a conversation with it. So yeah, it's a good process flow in terms of when you're trying to hit a roadblock along the way. So going back, now that we've had the actors scrape, it's gonna remember the sheet that we uploaded a while ago. Now that it has started scraping, you can actually download that CSV file now. Let me just, sorry. Going back to the storage a while ago, remember storage? Under the storage, go to the trace where you uploaded your file a while ago, which is in our case, the ctdump data. We'll just have to re-download that file. In my case, it's this one. I'll download this one. Save that. I already saved it a while ago on your folder, wherever you want to save it. Now that scrape data is something that we can now upload on your directories file. Going back to the asset pack,
just going back over what you did on that step. You downloaded from Apify your CSV, your storage, and it had that CSV ready to go put somewhere, right?
It's the same file that we uploaded a while ago.
Yeah.
It's just It's we're just re-downloading now that propagated content inside that CSV file that we uploaded.
All right, let's put that we got data now. Let's put that to good use.
Just to before you jump to that, I think Russell was explaining a while ago in your data pack, the directory asset pack, you'll receive Directories Pro plugin and a ready to clone. So you don't have to start from scratch. It's Directories has a lot of built-in demos within it. So you can leverage those plugin and install it on your WordPress sites. And so on our end, so for example, we've already installed a plugin, Directorist plugin. Once you've installed the plugin, you go to Directorist panel, go to Settings, Directory Builder, and then we can start. In your case, let's say
are you intentionally cutting off the top of the website, Julius?
Sorry, let me just share this tab.
Oh, just move your window down if you can, just so we can see the whole window. You had a lot of space back there. Thank you very much.
All right, let's say let's create a new directory. Let's say create from scratch. Let's say this is gonna be. We can just fill that up a while ago. Let's say it's a new listing. I think we should start from import. So prior to creating that, this is you'd have to fill in the fields of what you guys have from your sheet. Let me open the sheet that we have.
And I'm just going to share with you what he did. What he did is he has a WordPress install. He has it ready to go. And so he imported a plugin. I think he missed that part right there where he was bringing in the Directorist plugin. So now he has the Directorist plugin. He's going to be importing the CSV. But I believe before he imports the CSV, he needs to make sure that there's fields to map. Does that sound correct, Julius?
Right. Right. So let's say you've already create. Hang on, let me show you what it would look like here. Let me just walk you through what this.
You got to tell them what you're clicking, bro. All right, let's go.
This whole dashboard is actually. So there's general. This is basically your main setting. This is where you're gonna be setting up your directory icon, default listing. We can ignore this for now. You can set that up later. And so within your field, remember the fields that we were extracting a while ago, that has to be put in here. For example, the description of the site, it's drag and drop. Basically, you can just drag and drop the existing fields that you
So
have
these
to map.
fields we don't really remember. So it's like you go back over, was it chat 1 or chat 2 that showed us all the fields that we would require for? So can you reference that in the bot? So we
The
know what we're
bot's
bringing
actually
over.
gonna hang on, let me the bot's actually gonna provide that for you as well. Give me a second there.
Yeah, he's going to bring his screen back. I think he was trying to grab, because he's working with 2 windows. That we do that quite a bit when we're talking with AI and we're talking with another screen there. So what he's going to do is have one side by side where he's referencing all the mapped fields that he needs, and then the directories on there where he has to actually go by and manually create them. So that's what we have, a screen. We are in the directorist of WordPress on the right side. And then on the left side here,
this is the same bot 2 that we were using a while ago.
Bot 2, okay.
Bot 2. So notice it's asking me to type import ready, because now it knows that we're ready, that we have the data. It's going to give you the directorist field mapping plan. This bot's going to automatically provide you what fields to input.
Ready to import is all I put in there, all right? So now it needs to tell him what to do.
It's going to give us instruction on what to do next. This is basically just preparing it for you. It's doing a configuration checklist. So we're going to say map fields.
Map fields.
There you go. So basically, we're just going to copy and paste this listing.
Okay.
Field.
So I see it. One of them, the CSV column says like list_name, and a better reading for that would be something like listing title.
Yep. So we have to do title.
So it looks like you brought title over already
here
from the choices to the left. Okay.
We have a listing title. Title just here.
And then the next one says listing_content. So that's not going to make a lot of sense. So the front end we're thinking is, it just needs to say like description. So
this is the description here. This is the directory field that you can search here.
Preset field, yeah.
You just type
there, and then I guess we're on address. Title. Is it that fast?
Yeah, address here. We just have to individually map it here. A city, have to put the city here. This comes built in your directories. You just have to put it in here, city. This one, let me check if it's going to show up. Here, label city, zip code here.
And yeah, you don't see city in that whole selection. Maybe you could just do a custom field such as text, and then label it so, and just cruise through it that way, because it makes it a little easier.
You just copy and paste those each individual.
Yep.
So latitude, map. I think it's inside the
You're on
map.
the call. It was on.
That's straight.
There. Phone, set phone. essentially it's just mapping out what we've scraped a while ago so that it can receive it, or it knows what its specific data it's gonna produce. All right. So notice how these are the additional enriched data that we scraped as well. So this is field type. We can just select.
If we skip any of these columns or something, just for speed's sake,
I've already pre-filled the data, but for the purpose of the custom fields, maybe we can run through a few and then so they can add. This is sections. So sections in WordPress is like the folds. So if you want to compile it in one specific section, you can add a section here, maybe section 2, and then under that section, that fold, you can add the custom fields, which is this ones. It's gonna tell you what type of field it is. So it's a select field. So for the select field here. Next area. Okay. Just put text on that section.
Oh yeah, I forgot. So the question I had, I think, if you don't end up adding that field, you're like, accepts yard waste. I don't care if I added that. Like, it would still allow you to import, and it would just skip that map field.
Right. And or you can set it up later. Exactly. So you can set up a specific field type. For example, it's drop down. There you go. Search filter, drop down filter here. The reason you want to put this here so that it would know what to fill in later on when we add the script data. All right, let's say, so that's what you do for custom fields. And then same with FAQ fields as well in the directory. There's some FAQ fields as well. So these bot would give you a walkthrough on how to import it as well. It's mostly drop-down filters.
So I just explained a little bit, these field types, you kind of know, like a text one, like a paragraph one, a select one, I guess text area is what they call it, where they're able to put a little bit more of the input in.
Right, let's for the purpose of this demo, let's just update for this.
I was getting nervous. I was like hoping you're gonna save at some point, man. Lose it all. Yeah, I like to click update when I can. Just
right.
Hey guys, I know that if this went a lot longer than we thought, can you guys, Russ and Julius, or either of you, can you do a session in the morning, before we get to the afternoon session where I do monetization and traffic? Can you do a session in the morning to get deeper in tech for anybody who might be lost in tech right now?
Yeah, is that something where we can jump in? We can show the alternative to the WordPress in the morning, and then we can also make sure that we give that out and make sure everybody's.
Yeah, you already show that off a little bit tonight, because Russ has got a tool that allows you to do a lot of this without having to be in WordPress at all. It's a little more automated, right, Russ?
Yeah, and gets AI involved a little bit in there. But I mean, this is for overall design, beauty, structure. I mean, Julius is really painting a picture, but I definitely want to see that, like, after the data is in for that city dump, like,
right.
like pull that baby out the oven.
Why don't you work on that, Julius, in the background while Russ kind of shows the alternative? Is that okay?
Yeah, because there's a lot of preparation, mapping fields, and then carrying in that. So I guess we can go ahead and run to the next one. Do you want to? Is that a good stopping point right there?
You can come back and wrap it up, circle it back in. But this way, while that's all working and it's a little slow moving, you can show them the software that we built. We're giving them, and we can actually give them access to the software.
Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and do that now. I'm going to share screen. I was way into this, and I love all these freebies here. This is cool. So I think we start here. No, WordPress theme. No, let's go with this one. So I got a QR code. I'm going to try to share this in our chat too, just to get started. We're going to take a little pivot, guys. Shake it out. And we're going to see this, I think, should open. Awesome. Somebody already posted it there. Let's see where this goes. Okay, yeah. So what we're going to do is we're going to do kind of a faster way and remix an application. I've been in Replit for a while. I've been doing a whole bunch of applications and vibe coding with the site called replit.dev. And you see right here, I'm going to go to this site. And, you know, I think on this area, you can do some free vibe coding without even having to pay for a, subscription. But I'm still on the $20 a month subscription, so it's no giant, leap to, use this. And you can also use Lovable, but this one is almost verbatim going to be Replit, and I kind of trust it because it has all the database hosting in it. All right, so let me know if anybody has used Replit. This should be pretty fun just to bring this on in. All right, so let me take a look at one of the links I have in here. The first one I believe you need to get is this link. You're going to copy this link here. It is the next one on here. It's the website. I'm going to put this right here. And it's going to be this. So if you just go ahead and copy that, we're going to be sharing all of these links again with you. But this is what you're going to use to download the web. Let's see. I think I have it available. Copy this. I think this is the theme. Okay, yeah. So I'm going to click this, and it should take me to downloading it. Right? It's kind of a big one. It's at what is this? This is Word. Is this on WordPress? Let's see. Boom. It says it's too large. I believe I can just click download and download anyway. This is what you should see when you click that link. Is everybody there? Thank you for posting that link again here. Okay, do I need to slow down? Is everybody here where you can download it? No, all right, so I'm gonna just post this in again. Copy. Sorry, I'm trying to copy that link. Copy link, I'm gonna paste it in here. And then also share this one with you. It is this baby. Yeah, I can't preview. It's going to be too large. That's what we want to see. Rich downloaded it. I'm going to go ahead and click download anyway, and it's going to start downloading it. Okay? And I've already downloaded it 1 or 2 times, so that's why I got a couple of versions of them. Is everybody cool with that? Can't shoot QC. Yeah, I don't do QC. Here, I'll just make sure that I put that link in there for you. Chris, again, this is the link. It is meterlinks.com/bfbp-website. All right. I think everybody's saying they're downloading it. Got it. Awesome, Trisha. Thank you for putting that again. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to open a brand new Replit account, or you already have one. It's 530. What? No, it should be. I don't know. Yeah, I guess it is. It's like half a gig, right? It's pretty big. All right. So what we're going to do, once you have it downloaded, as pretty much everybody has this downloaded, you can go to replit.com. I think I went to replit.dev too. And up here at the top, You see this? It says import code or design. Everybody see that? This is going to be our hack. This should allow us to make it really fast. So I'm going to go import code. And then I'm going to go down here. You see it says import to Replit. And yeah, right? It's a big site. It's going to be big. You have all these options. You have GitHub. I'm going to do this where we just upload the zip file. So we're going to upload this zip file, and I'm going to choose it. Are we at that point? So everybody saw what I was doing? I come over here, zip file, import, because I just downloaded a zip file. It's a slow download, or it's a slow down. It could be. So we'll wait a little bit longer for you guys to get that file downloaded. Okay? Just take a little bit. Again, I got to this and it says I need to download it. Where do you go to import? Okay, let's go back to that. So we go to replit.com. We'll go back with Lovable. Lovable is not exactly the same. Like I can show you what I got here for Lovable, but yeah, it's let's focus in on Replit right now, okay? And if you don't have a Replit account, I believe this is a free account, I think. It says I have 5 apps to make. So just go ahead and sign up for it now. And it's a slow import. Yeah, that's why I want to get to it real quick, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and go to import. You see at the top? This is the hack. So everybody, uploading it now. Replit is a platform for building vibe coding and such. I don't have that toolbar on the left. Did you sign in your account? It should say right here under your name, import code or design. All right. I'm seeing most of the people are ahead of me. They're already uploading. Are we pretty much there? All right, cool. So I'm going to click the next step. You lost your internet for a while. That's fine. App created successfully. Oh my gosh, you're so ahead of me, guys. Okay, so let me go ahead and, nope. Oh, you got Amy? All right, replit.com, create an account. Up at the top, it says import code or design. I'm going to click that because everybody's asking, what do I do? Now I'm on this screen. It says import to Replit. You see at the bottom left, it should say zip file. Right? So we're going to go ahead and import. And it says import a file. I need to upload one, right? So I'm going to upload my latest download. It says Pro Bigfoot Blueprint directories.
Yep.
And I'm going to click open. And this is what your screen should say. Are we all there now? Or I know there's a few people ahead of me. All right. Nice. You can try actually do this part. Let's see. Everyone is suddenly confused how setup was. I don't know. Loading. Mine is a folder. That means you unzipped it. Can you find the zip folder? If yours is just a folder, that means you did too much. It should be this. If you double click that zip folder, it'll unzip it. What we're looking for is the zip file.
That's zip.
All right, now I got to roll back with people that say, where did I download that zip file? This is where you download it. meterlinks.com/bfbp-website. Got you, Trip? All right, in my downloads, Ryan Harper, you're right. And then, yeah, somebody put a link in there. Like, I don't know, I don't always trust when people put links. So let's just hope this should go to the right spot. All right, that's the zip. Cool. Okay, so I am ready to import. Is everybody with me? Let's import. It says this is the file that corresponds of what I just downloaded. I'm going to do import from zip. All right, awesome. Andrew K., you're at a spot where I'm going to have to show you what to do next. I believe at the bottom soon, yeah, don't get scared when it says artifact crashed. It means we haven't integrated. Actually, I'm not even going to explain that. Stop posting screenshots too early. All right, so it's going to start the import. It's going to take a little bit, right? Lane, I see that it's asking for a third-party app to download. You just download it from Google into your you don't need any unzipping folder. I don't want you to unzip it. So like what it's asking you basically is saying, do you want to help unzip this folder and take a look at the documents? No, just pull it down to your downloads folder. I clicked for it to debug. Maybe I should have waited. Either way, you can repeat this. This will still be up for you to come back to, but it does take a little bit. And see, I'm using a free account just to show you that, it's a brand new account that I'm going to roll through. And we can go back on this coming back a little bit later, but I just wanted you to get started here. Started importing, still processing, right? Takes a little bit to go in. Let's see. Once that comes, it should say app was successful. I'll let that import for a little bit longer. Okay, so people are kind of ahead of me and you're saying like, oh no, artifact crash and stuff. Like, slow down, I haven't gotten there yet. This is what it's going to look like when you're successful and it says view app. Does everybody else see that? You see that where it says view app? Your screen has changed. It's still importing for me, yeah, but I've done this a couple times. Okay, so we'll just wait for just a minute. Yeah, it's still downloading. Yeah, that's going to take you a while if you have a slow connection, especially with Zoom going on. Still importing, and it should look like this coming up. I'm going to click view app. And what it should show me is where it starts building it. Let's see. All right, so this is the screen you might be forced to see. Let's see oh, okay. I think it's still importing here for me. I see the same screen. And I could use my own API key. That's actually where you could add your Gemini API key, but this is what you should see once it finished up. Andrew, I believe, had seen something where it said artifact crashed and you could use the agent to debug it, right? Can't import zip file too large. That doesn't sound like that's true, because I just showed how to do it. You just upload it right here and it had no issue. So check what file you're trying to upload. Where do I get my Gemini API key? Okay, I'll get that for you soon, but let's just get our directory set up. Let's see. Is it Richelle? You did it 4 times. Do you want to come on mute and I will be the kind of the one that we can help troubleshoot on this? Do you have a microphone on there?
Yep, I do.
Okay.
Here, I'm just putting the screenshot in the chat, so you should be able to see it.
I'm going to open that really quick. This looks like an odd. What is?
So I'm on a Mac, and it automatically unzipped it.
That's a problem. I wonder.
And so I had to rezip the file.
Okay,
and then
that's
when
going
I
to be an
tried,
issue. I'm on a Mac too, and this file, that makes me question, because that file's different size. Like there's something that happened. Can you just download that file again and then save it to your desktop or something?
so every time I try to download the file, my Mac automatically opens the zip file.
Okay.
Somebody said it's in your trash. If you look in your trash, the zip file.
Oh, does it automatically put the zip?
It's in your trash. Yeah.
Let me check that.
But I did the same thing and got the 217 megabyte. But if you just click on the red X, then it starts the import. But I don't know if, like you say, is it the right file? Because now it's
Okay, let me try that.
20
Let me try the
megabytes
trash.
bigger.
Thank you.
Yeah, click on the red X and then just continue. But yeah, this should.
Yeah.
I think
okay. Let me try
for
that.
some reason there's an extra step padding. So
Weird.
when this imports,
Thank you.
and then we're at this point, I mean, you kind of hear a specific sound. Okay, so this is what our basically our directory looks like with nothing on it, right? A blank directory. Is everybody kind of seeing this? Let's see. Uploaded. Got the crash. I don't, let's see, free. Got the message. Mine did. Are you seeing kind of the same screen? Still importing, yes. I got the same thing, yay. All right, so we are seeing this, and I'll go back because I've done this several times. Still importing, right? It takes a while. Still importing on this one. All right, but for you that have already gotten to this point, we click the blue app and view it, and then it's going to populate this. The other thing we need to grab is I put right here, now next is the database. You see that right there? That's also an image here. Let's see. No, that's right here. We're going to click this link, and we're going to download it. So I'm going to download this file. You see how it's going in? Andrew, where did you get that? I feel like you downloaded some other link, Andrew. Can you, Andrew, can you post in what, where you downloaded that? Because that's not the screen that you should see. I think you downloaded something early on.
Hey, no, I downloaded from the link in your thing. It was the 193 megs, and then I uploaded it. It got an error, the first screenshot I sent. I hit debug. It worked. It gave me the blue screen like you pulled up, and then it kept chugging away, and now I've got this secondary error.
Okay. Yeah. I'll have you probably share your screen when we come back as a how to do this right. Okay. So when we come back, we downloaded the database. It's right here. I can confirm this is the database. This is what it should say, directory_master. And this is to populate here. So all I do is I move this file to the chat. And then I think the directive is just to say, import this database. Let me make sure I get this. It's only just a couple things. Import this database and send. And then you'll have, as soon as this, how do you get to the blue screen? Yeah, we'll go back over a few people's troubleshoot. And it looks like, I'm going to look at Patty's. All right, yeah, we'll take a look at that too. So it's importing my database. Let it sit here for a minute. As soon as I get mine right, as soon as it comes through, it's going to look like this. Let's see. There, you see how mine just changed over? And now it looks like this. Where I can go to sign in. And this is where I'm just going to go back here, and now I'm going to individually help people. So admin, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Sign in, and now I'm signed in. And I have 600 entries in there for dummy data. Okay, so this will be a good spot to stop. I have the whole process, how to start that going on. So hey, Andrew, can I use you as a volunteer? Stop screen share. Do you have a screen share ability?
I uploaded the database and it's working now, so I don't know.
Oh, okay. So you're seeing like that graphic with the.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Will you put your hand up if you have the screen share ability, and we'll kind of troubleshoot you. And a lot of times I find when we troubleshoot people, a lot of people have the same kind of issues, and we can work through them. So if you're still importing, that might not help. Looks like Michelle Burt was the first one there. Can I ask you to come on in and unmute?
Michelle?
Hi, Michelle.
Hi.
Excellent. All right. Yeah, I was wondering if.
Down my audio. Now I need to share.
Yeah, it's that little green button down there. That'd be awesome. Okay. So let's see where you're at. Let's go ahead and click backwards really quick. I want to see.
This one?
Yeah. So if you'll click backwards.
It doesn't have it backwards.
Refresh the screen maybe, or push the green button. That green button maybe. I don't know. Let's see. Push that green button right by the upgrade button. Yeah, click that. Let's see what. None of these buttons are working for you, or.
Well, it says run config. your app. Do you want me
And
to?
so when you click that, that's all you're seeing?
Yeah.
And do you know any way to click the back button to get back to Replit? Let's just go to replit.com again. Just type it in.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna move this down.
Oh, gotcha. Those Zoom things. Yeah, just open a new browser, type in replit.com. Okay, yeah. So, while you're there, go ahead and click View App. I want to see what happens. And then when you click Preview right at the top, let's see. Down at the bottom, can you just ask it the question of, can you refresh my preview and run my app?
Working.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere, I think. For some reason, it just hasn't started running. Let me unzip and explore what's inside. Maybe it didn't finish the import. It's kind of a question. Okay, we'll let yours run the zip and see how that's going. Let's see. It seems like next I can start the build. Would you like me? Yes. So if anybody else is having that where it's just like the same type of screen, and then dismiss. And then ask it if has it unzipped or has it unzipped the application ready to run it? Because we might just have to go back and redo it.
Okay.
Upload token expiry. Let's go. Yeah, let's go back to replit.com.
Just close.
By the way, mine said it uploaded, but then it's been spinning on starting import for like 20 minutes.
Yeah, that's fine. If it still stops, it should take about 20 minutes or so, maybe.
Okay.
All right, so let's go here. Let's go back to import code design. Let's go to zip, and then let's choose it again. Let's choose, and this is confusing. Wait. Why do you have two of them?
I probably downloaded it twice.
Let's just take the first one then. No, let's take the first one.
Okay.
Whatever that, yeah, I don't know. Like when I downloaded it though, I think it had that was my concern, is it like unzipped and made another app for you. Wow, that's going really fast comparatively to mine. Starting import. Okay, now did this do it previously just like this before?
Yes, but it took a while. It took your whole time when you were helping other people.
Okay, great. Let's let that run for a minute and let's go over to David Bell then, and we'll come back to you, Michelle. Hey, David, are you able to share your screen as well? We'll go ahead and get you off mute.
David, you're currently muted. If you can unmute.
All right. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah. All right. Go ahead and share your screen and we'll see where you're at. It looks like Ron Ned is successful. Awesome. I'm glad to see that, buddy. You got that. Let's see. David, you hit that green button and we'll take a look at what you have on your screen. And again, pay attention, y'all. If they had the same issues, let's run through them.
Well, I'm trying. I can't get my screen back to full screen on this because I was on a different
Andrew
thing.
K, you were correct. You got there. Awesome. Good job. All right, I'm seeing a couple people get there where they have a full directory ready to customize. David, is the pain point you're not able to share screen?
No, I have that on there, but
just hit that green button.
The screen here is minimized over my other stuff, and I can't figure out which tab to go back to. I got so damn many tabs open.
Okay, when you find that out, when to share screen, we'll come back to you because we should be able to just hit that green button and move. Okay, Michael Andrews, we have you next.
There it is.
Yeah, I'll share my screen for you. You feel
All
like
right.
you
We'll
running
come with
straight?
Michael if everybody can else mute so we can hear Michael.
Yeah, I'm here. I got it in there, and then
Okay.
it wouldn't do anything, so I
So it's still
refreshed it.
importing. Yeah, so you're still in the importing process. No need to rush
I
that.
imported already, and then it did that look at your app, and then when I clicked that, it didn't do anything. So when I refreshed it, then it said I only had 9 left. So
Okay.
I don't know what that means.
What is it doing right now? We just went to the import screen.
Trying to find it. Hang on. Couldn't.
Can you click back to your tab just to the left? It says import.
Actually, I think I'm the one sharing though.
Yeah, not me.
So,
I'm not sharing.
Oh,
yeah,
Michael.
it's me sharing.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is I tried it first and then I did what you said. I put in, okay, can you refresh? It said
All
it
right.
looked like an error.
Go ahead and
it
close
did.
that tab for me. I want you. Yeah, you got to start your import again. Something happened with your zip.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm doing that.
All right. We'll come back to you once that's finished. Stop participant sharing.
So the file, just real quick, so the file I have is 202.4 megs. Does that sound right? It's on a Mac.
I think your computer did something. 202.4.
It's a zip file.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. And when you put it in, okay. So we have
put it in there.
Guys, I'm gonna have to stop you real quick. We have Michael Andrews, I believe, is that who we were talking to with?
Yeah, do you want me to stop sharing while it gets uploaded again?
Yeah, and then who was the next one you were chatting with? I think we just lost his camera. There you are, Michael Andrews, right?
No, I'm the one that said it's uploading.
Oh, it's uploading. Okay, let's go to Ron. Ron, can you go? We'll go to your next. So we're still in the uploading process for a few. All right, hey Ron, where did you get stuck at?
So I am going to show you here, share my screen, share. Can you see it okay?
Yes, I see it. Okay.
So I was similar to the first lady, and I threw it in there and it's re-uploading. I mean, it took it for a long time, and it took a long time to process because I got it uploading immediately. I'm in a little bit slower speeds, but it did the exact same thing as it happened to the first lady, and now it's uploading. So
yeah, I would just, if it did that, I would just go back to the upload from zip.
Just start the whole scratch over again. Just go from
okay. Because you didn't get the screen that everybody should have gotten. So if you'll do it again.
Okay.
So yeah, on the screen, if you want to just go to Replit again and hit it back.
Yeah, I'll do it. I'll let you take somebody else. I'll start doing it.
Okay, we got Robert next.
Yeah, Russell.
And Becca, I see your question. Yeah, we're gonna put. I'll go back over where you put that tar dot. You'll put it in the chat. It's coming up. Okay, what's up, Robert? Where are you at?
I was stuck in the same spot as our first presenter, and then all of a sudden it stopped and it said add a tokens.
Okay, so you're just on your paid plan and you ran out of your tokens. You must have had very little few left or something.
I don't know. It was spinning and spinning for a long time, so I don't know.
Do you want to share your screen? I mean, it kind of painting a verbal picture. It's easier to see it, but yeah, if it's a tokens issue, you've been using a vibe coding for a while there.
Okay. Okay. Can you see it?
Yes. So I see it. Let's go back to replit.com.
Do you want me to just get out of here altogether?
Just click that browser and type in replit.com. There we go. I like that I'm seeing a few people got it there. All right. So on the left-hand side, go to import code or design.
Right here?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Click zip. Yeah. Do that.
All right. Nothing's happening.
Are you because you're out of your credits or what is Oh no, there it is. So choose your file. It's at the top. Click that button that says drop it in.
Oh, Bigfoot.
Okay, yeah, and let me see. That's it. Yeah, go and it's a zip. Yeah, do that. Go ahead and click on that. And then go ahead and open. And then click import.
Yep. This is everything that I had done previously, exactly up to this point here.
That's fine. And now it's going to upload and then it's going to start importing.
So can I touch anything as this is happening?
You shouldn't.
Okay. The reason I was asking is because over here, which is projects, you see what happens? I hit projects. It comes up there, Pro Bigfoot Blueprint Directories.zip, recent projects.
Yeah, I can see that. That's where we had an error, and it's worth it to restart there.
Okay.
All right. It might be, yeah, it takes a minute there.
But the actual directory itself, Russell, as we're waiting here, is actually being built in Replit.
Yes, yeah. Let me actually share that, and I'll come right back with the individual screens where we're still uploading. Okay, so I'm going to stop sharing as that's uploading. That's going to take a little bit. And share. And we can do this again. All right, so it's built it here. It built it out. So what happens here, I'm going to show you a little bit. Oops. Once you get to this point, you're able to have a full directory where it has pretty much like we did in WordPress, but you have the ability to change all these things out, add images, make filtered categories, add text blocks, even more filters. And then also when people want to claim their directory, they can fill out these forms, and then you can make call to action buttons. Most of it is when you sign in. So I'm going to sign out, and then I can sign back in. Remember, I put the credentials here, admin at, and then what was the password? Admin 1234567 When we get signed, I must have copied it wrong. Now I'm in. Once you get in there, we can actually import our CSV. But what I'm going to do on this one is I'm going to go to entries, and I'm going to clear all. So I'm just going to do delete because I don't want those dummy directories in, or entries in. Now it cleaned it all. Now I have no categories. I'm ready for SEO whenever. I got my users. I can add a new user, but you should have these two in there because it's a clone. Let me go back down here and show you the import. So if I wanted to import my CSV, like I just pulled like a CSV of any data. Let me pull this in. I think I have CSV of, sorry, mute somebody out. Mute. Okay, so now I'm going to grab, what do we have? Landfill entries or something like that. This was not the greatest content, but I'm going to go ahead and try to open it. And I'm going to confirm, this is kind of the neat part. We can do review column mapping. And so I'm going to upload, it looks like it's 2,900 rows. And I'm going to let that come over here. What we have is column mapping, just as we were doing with the other one, but luckily we have AI to help us out a little bit. So if you have AI in your directory, you can start importing it. You can actually put your AI key down here, or because you're in Replit, you can actually put it in the secrets. So I'm going to just go ahead and grab an API key if I can, so I can add it. So 1 second. What is this? API keys, Google Studio. I'm going to create an API key. Create key. It's creating one. Copy it really quick, and then I'm going to paste it in here. Save. And now I can go back over to my, I'll go back over this and have a demo of every single feature on here, but I just wanted to show you the ability to import the, let's put the, I think, entries, review column mapping. So I'm on column mapping, and I can switch out individual ones. I can name them if I want to, like I'll just put this as ID. But I can also do this thing right here, map with Gemini. As long as I have that Gemini API key, I believe it's going to run through and map these for me. So it takes out some of the issues of having to go through and map 42 columns. So what it did is it says it skipped four of them. it skipped the ID. Like maybe this is not something I wanted to add to it, but it also did alias landfill. It did county, zip code. It skipped longitude and latitude. If I want to enable that, I could put that just back on and do longitude and latitude. Now you have to have a category, and I don't think public or private is the best category for that. So I can go up to state, and I think that's going to be a better category. Think about how people sort these entries, right? You'll probably have this figured out before you pull in your data. And then, because I don't want two categories, I got state, and then I'll just put that as like ownership type. Looks like everything's there. So I'm gonna scroll down and I'm gonna start importing 2,900 rows. And again, I'm on the free plan, so it could error out, but I think I'm just using a lot of compute usage here. So as that's gonna import 2,641 entries, I'll let that run because it's gonna do it in chunks of 150. So let me stop sharing screen and come back to you guys. Robert, are you still importing?
Robert, you're muted out if you're speaking.
The problem was it expiring.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think some of the times it's erroring out because it's expiring. I don't see the attached file. Let's see.
Are you seeing my screen now?
I do not see it yet.
Okay.
Let's roll with. Are you still doing this? Finding the import, same error. A lot of people are getting the same error because it's erroring out that it's taking too long.
Yay.
Oh yes, and I'd like to go over that one. Click that debug with the agent right there, and it should resolve it. All right, so it's still importing for you. We can't do anything while it's importing, Robert. So we'll come back.
Let me ask you this question. So when I was over here in projects, why did it show Bigfoot already?
Oh, because you had a saved failed upload.
Oh, okay. So that one will be deleted after the import.
Let me share my screen again. I got one because I did it like 4 different times. I got one just like that where it said I don't see the attached file. Apparently, it didn't upload all the way. Okay, I want to go to Peter next. Let's see if I can just upload this in this chat. I don't know if it'll allow it. Whoops. All right, Peter, are you able to share screen and unmic? Oh, wait. Yeah, there you are.
Actually, I uploaded it and it said I have to pay to use anymore. I already paid for Lovable, and you said you were going to cover Lovable as well.
So we have Lovable as well. If you did Lovable, I'll share my screen with you. So I put the same thing in. I uploaded it to the file, and it came out like this. It's not a verbatim of exactly what I wanted, and you're going to have to kind of vibe code and change it a little bit. So all I did here was I uploaded, import this database, and then I said just upload this Bigfoot and start creating it. So it's not going to look the exact same, but Lovable will do the exact same thing where you can upload the database and upload it. But the problem with Lovable is it has a separate database that it uses. It has like a Lovable Cloud, and it uses a Supabase sometimes too. So you're not going to have exactly the same experience, but this is what it should look like.
So what is the difference between that and Replit? Replit uses what database?
Replit has an internal database built in, and staging and development. A staging and a production database that you could use. The purpose on this demo was with Replit, but it just saying you could use this with Lovable, but you're going to have a different result.
Okay, so one other question.
Yes.
What are I know WordPress is good for SEO. Is Lovable not bad for SEO? Or Replit and Lovable are
you have to build that into it. You have to. It's not like you're not hosting your website basically on Lovable to be an all-encompassing SEO tool, you're going to have to build those tools within it. They do have a button that you can say, can it do a agent like SEO audit of you? But if you're wanting to have, and this is another thing I'll have to show you on this, I did go ahead and build SEO tools into this Replit application. So if I share, I don't know if I'm still uploading into this side. There, I'm still at 38. I'll have to show you the SEO tool that I built in here that will help your, your directory.
Okay, and my last question is, could I use Cloud Code or Codex to do this with what you provided us?
Yes, you could always give Claude Code or whatnot if you feel that route. You could give it this base zip and say, do your work, do your magic, make this with what I want. It would give you a good starting off point.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, great. And then looks like we are at
Edna.
I think they left.
We have Edna.
Okay, we'll go.
Oh, she's not.
Right. Let's go Wendy next because she's present, I believe. Wendy, hey, how can I help you there? We'll just take you off mute really quick so we could possibly share screen.
Wonderful. And I'll share. So I've gotten through almost everything you've been correcting with people. So now I think I'm at the point that I need to upload something or find your setup in.
That database part, is that correct?
Yeah.
If you want to share your screen, we can walk you through it.
Sure. You need screen too. Okay.
Okay, right there, you should be able to just upload the, I believe this is it. Yeah, all right, so if you can upload the zip file, did you see that in the document that I gave you? It's going to be, not the zip file, the...
Is this the one?
That's it, yeah. So download that, and that's the file that you're going to upload into the chat.
Okay. And then back here, right?
Yeah, so you pull that in, and then you're gonna move that. No, not there. You're gonna put it in the chat.
Oh, in the chat. Okay.
Yes, in the chat right there, and then you're gonna say import this into my site. Yours came up a little bit different, but we should be fine. And then say import. I believe the thing is import this database.
Oh, import this database. Okay, and that should run it, right?
All right, so now this should run it, and it should populate your directory.
Okay.
Let's see here. All right, we'll let that run. Hopefully it extracts it all. Can we go to Emma really quick? I see Emma's on there. I'm going to remove your screen real quick.
Emma or Edna?
I'm pretty sure he's calling Emma.
Hey, Emma.
Hey, how are you?
Oh, I feel like everybody's brain is frying today with all this tech
I
stuff.
feel like everybody's brain is frying today. I wanted to take a second actually and address that, Russ, if we could. Okay. I think that some things can be cleared up with a quick conversation between me and you.
Okay.
I popped on about 25 minutes ago, and I got hit with a ton of comments in chat. And so just looking at them, Russ, I think that there's a little bit of confusion. So I'd love to just chat with you about it so we can maybe get some clarity for people. So it looks to me like they were showed a bunch of different avenues towards a directory.
Yes.
There's vibe coding, there's WordPress, there's Springboard. I think a lot of people thought that they had to do all the things in order to get their directory. And so there's a little bit of a, I wouldn't call it a freak out, but a little bit of a freak out of how could I possibly do everything? Because from the looks of the chat to me, Julius went over all the options and it wasn't necessarily clear of what had to be done versus what is possible to be done. Could you run me through that really quick just to kind of help people understand?
Yeah, so the very first part of the day, what we did was we found the best way to get you a original data scraping of any subject. This was using Apify and creating an agent that could run for you evergreen and continue to filter data. That is a little bit of a quagmire on its own. It takes a little bit of a learning curve, and again, like it's a little hard for me. You don't have to do that, but that's to get the tip top data that's out there, right? We also showed a tool that Perry had where you can go to publicly available data, and the only problem is a lot of that data doesn't have all the questions that anybody would ask to try to find it, right? Some of them just say, when was this landfill open? 1879. That really doesn't help your directory as much, but it is a little asset. So I would say beginners would probably want to start just finding some kind of CSV of publicly available data that they can bring into either a WordPress site or a vibe coded site, so they can start getting a directory going. A little bit more advanced, of course, is where we started off with, is building that with the Apify actor. Again, you don't have to do both, but WordPress is going to be available for you and have you set up where you have a site ready to import your data. This one is going to be, if you just hate WordPress and you want something else, maybe you're finding that you hate vibe coding too after the first part, or if you hit that again. So there's two basic avenues for each one. The easy part is public data for pulling CSVs and that. The hard part was the actor Apify. And then the WordPress was one avenue that you could host kind of pain-free, low expense, and you get, Springboard trial with it. So you can just, if you're not fully into WordPress, you can at least give it a good try. And then on this vibe coding one, it should be just where a couple clicks and you should be able to see something where it populates their directory with, little to, you don't have to put as much skin in the game on this.
Love it. If you guys could let us know in the chat, did that explain it for you? I know a bunch of you were like messaging me, but I love this guy, David Bell. You're smoking a cigarette. I'm living my best life right now. So yeah. Nope, still lost.
Yeah,
So,
I see more people coming in. They put their screenshots up, and it's helpful to see some people winning, but I feel bad for the ones that are not there yet. And I wanted just to kind of give you some extra help.
I get it. So what I'd love to do, Russ, I know Perry had mentioned earlier on, what I'd love to do is we're back on tomorrow to finish out, but can we just go ahead, Trisha, and schedule this guy in his smoking. Trisha, can we schedule a time for Russ to come on, Russ and Julius to come on and kind of walk people through so we can get people to status quo tomorrow morning before we start? Would that be possible, Trisha?
Yeah, you know what I'll do too?
Hey, Perry.
Hey, you know what I'll do too? I'm listening to this. I went in and showed them how I built a directory in 10 minutes earlier.
Yeah. I think that it makes a lot of sense.
And it's great. I think it's really great. And I can show them tomorrow morning. I'll walk through that a little more in detail, but it's really not hard. You just pick a data source. The reason Replit is so good is because it's just so dumb easy to use. I mean, we can go to Replit and get you started. You could build 10 little directories. Huh?
Well, you use it, right?
Yeah, I'm using it right now. I mean, you could build 10 little directories in Replit in an hour, right? And then figure out through the app how to monetize those while you're learning the long-term strategy. I think that's probably where we went off the rails a little bit. I should have shown you the dumb, simple way to do it first. I want to show you the dumb, simple way to do it last. I wanted to make it to where you understood the guts of how it all works. If you don't want to know how it works and you just insist you don't want to, I can show you in the morning, if these guys, whenever we're going to schedule that session, I'll show you guys how to just knock out 2 or 3. I'll build 3 directories in 30 minutes.
Would that
I can literally build
you
3
guys,
directories in 30
particularly you guys
minutes.
that are like really lost? Would that be helpful for you? Let us know in the comments. Would that be helpful? Awesome. Trisha, can we do 9 a.m.? Do we have the ability to do 9 a.m.? Perfect. She just said yes. So 9 a.m. CST will get. Go ahead, Perry.
I have my 9 a.m. staff.
That's okay because Russell and Julius can come on, and there are people with specific questions that are saying that they have to go, that they really need help. So they can start there. We'll go 9 to 10 like that. And then you can come on at 10 and then teach them the 3 paths to directory. And we'll just go until the workshop starts to make sure everyone is at status quo. So when Perry comes on tomorrow, everybody can feel like they got it. And sometimes when you buy these workshops, it's a little bit more in depth than what you maybe are used to, but we're going to get you to where you need to be. Don't stress out. It's always anxiety ridden when you have something new going on, when something's fresh. But Russ, if you haven't been able to tell in the past like 30 to 45 minutes, Russ is a really good teacher. And even though he's red in the face, he's super patient. And so he's going to get you there. Take a deep breath. We're going to go back to letting Russ answer questions and walking you through screen share, but we're going to do this again tomorrow, guys, and we're going to get you to where you need to be. So don't stress, don't panic. And 2 weeks from now, you're going to look back at how you're feeling right now and kind of laugh and just be like, wow, this was actually really easy, particularly once if Perry can build it in Replit, you got it. Trust me.
Well, and you guys, you're going to be, you can quit. I mean, you can certainly quit, but you're going to be going to websites for the rest of however long you're alive, probably looking at directory websites that are huge that you're using every day thinking I could have built those. So I don't want that to be, I don't want you to have that regret. I'll teach you the dummy way to do it. I'm a high school dropout from Paducah, Kentucky. That's the sound a dead body makes when it hits the floor.
He sure is.
If if I can build a directory in front of you, I won't start until we get on, and you can literally watch it build. And I'll build 1 or 2 or 3 directories in 10 or 15 minutes to show you guys how to build a simple directory. Is that going to be the $1 million directory that Julius is showing you how to build? No, but it might be your path that you're willing to build a $20,000 or $30,000 a year directory and build one a week the simple, dumb way and just have a collection of them. And that may be your path, right? We wanted to show you guys how big this could be. And I think we kind of went over we jumped the shark a little bit. We jumped the shark a little bit, and
we hit the Jersey barrier going 100,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, I think so. We hit the Jersey Turnpike, right?
My heart is fluttering when I see some. I know it's not everybody, but my heart is fluttering when I see some people get it and they're posting it on there.
I know.
It's so great to share with you.
But we're going to get everybody there. We're going to get everybody there.
100%. I can guarantee. I'll make you this guarantee. I don't see any way you don't leave with a directory tomorrow.
Yeah, let's do it.
I don't see there's any way you don't leave without one tomorrow. I no matter how backwards you think you are right now, I would really suggest that if you can get Replit, you get Replit. It's $20, and Russ loves it. I love it. There's a reason we love it. I like Lovable for building websites. I like Replit for building directories and software.
Yeah, software.
I spend $40. Wow, right? It's just not that big of a deal. There's no business you're not going to invest a little bit of money in yourself to build. I mean, that's just the truth of that.
If you didn't like any of that when you got into Replit and you're like, oh, that's not my thing, Trisha, can you post those links again for the WordPress? It's still time. We can go ahead and get your Springboard account set up and with your WordPress site, and we have those intake forms for you ready. So definitely, if you got scared on vibe coding, that was not my thing. We're ready for WordPress.
Trip wanted to say, don't sell him short. He's incredibly stupid, and he won't possibly be able to build one by tomorrow.
I don't know about that.
There, look at that.
I'm going to let Russ take back over and go and let everybody share their screens. I don't want to keep you guys any later than you've already been. We'll be back at 9 a.m. Trisha will post the link and she'll send it out to everybody for their calendars. If you can't make it, don't panic. Whether you're VIP or your general admission, we are going to send it out as soon as it's done. I don't know, what do you call it? Processing?
Rendering.
Thank you, Perry. As soon as it's done rendering, we will go ahead and send it out, and we will make it so that you can absolutely follow along, no stress. And if you're still stressed at the end, you can message me. You all jumped on and messaged me the second I popped on. You know my name clearly. So just message me and we'll make it right. But I have a lot of faith in Russell to get you guys where you need to be. And then Perry, again, if Perry can work Replit and Perry can build a directory in 10 minutes, you can certainly build one in an hour.
Just don't quit on yourself, guys. I think
Not
you
yet.
run into a little bit of resistance and people quit on themselves. They quit on themselves mentally. And we've got people right now posting their directories. I saw one a minute ago, there's something else now, but I've got people posting directories that they built today in the chat.
Yeah,
So
Marty's looks wow. Marty's. I was like, I wish I could have built it that cool.
Yeah, man.
Russ, Russ is gonna take it. I'm getting messages even now. Like Becky's messaging me, Joe's messaging me, Eric is messaging me, and they're all saying the same thing. Like, I don't think I could watch this 10 times and get it. Russell is gonna walk you through it tomorrow. Be ready with where you're stuck. Be ready to share your screen. We're gonna stay on with you. And Russ, actually, I get that it was explained really fast and the screens moved a lot. I get that. I think, that happens sometimes. Russ will take his time. He'll walk you through it and you'll learn a lot. And here's the beautiful part. And I say this all the time. By watching Russ explain it to other people, you're going to be way ahead of the game because you're going to be so much more knowledgeable. So it's not a waste of your time anyway, because understanding the nuance is great. I'm going to pop off and let Russ keep going with you guys and share your screens, but we'll be back on at 9 a.m. tomorrow and we will walk you through from 9 to 10:30, and then Perry will pop on and he's going to build 3 of them in what he says is 10 minutes. I think it's going to be more like 30. We'll see. Let's go. Don't give up on yourselves just yet. Don't let the anxiety take over, guys. Russ has got this. I promise you. I have total faith in his ability to teach you. Thank you so much, and we'll see you at 9 a.m. Russ, thank you, buddy.
Oh, look at that. That looked great. Porta. Wow. Amazing. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Emma.